Hey, everybody, we just lost our ballot access case in the state of New York. We lost it in the Supreme Court in Albany. The Supreme Court, ironically, in New York State is the lowest court in the state. And we will be appealing this. And we're very confident that in the Court of Appeals or the Appellate Division that we will prevail, that this loss is just a road bump. But I wanted to explain to you what happened. I've always kept an address in New York, even though I have 3 houses. Cheryl and I have a house on Cape Cod that's been in my family for many years. We also have our primary residence right now, which is in California. And I keep a residence in New York because that's where my domicile is. Officially, it has been my whole life. I've lived in New York for 60 years. Since I was 10 years old, I moved here when my father ran for Senate. Ironically, he was castigated as a carpetbagger, meaning people were doubting his New York State residency at the time. So it's interesting for me and paradoxical that I'm now in the same battle that my dad was, trying to prove my New York State residency. My driver's license is in New York. My car is registered in New York. My law license is in New York. I pay income taxes in New York more than any other state. My law office is in New York, my only law office. And I also have a lot of other licenses in New York. My hunting license is here, my fishing license, my falconry license, etc. I vote here. It's the only place that I vote. The rule in virtually every state is that your domicile is the place where you intend to return. Oh, I have lived in other places. I've lived in Alabama. I've lived in South Dakota. I've lived in Massachusetts. I'm living now in California. But I've always voted in New York, and I've always intended to return here. And when Cheryl and I married in 2014, we agreed that when her acting career is over, that we'll come back to New York and we'll live in the town of Bedford. I've lived in this town for 40 years. I've actually lived in 13 different addresses in this town. And this is the town where I intend to retire to. Here's the problem with the court decision. I was advised by my attorney, who was Paul Ross. He was arguably the best ballot access attorney in the country, that I needed to put my New York address down, that it's the only address that a lawsuit, my own, that I would survive a lawsuit. He said, you're going to get sued by the DNC no matter what state. If you put Massachusetts, you'll be sued. If you put California, you're going to be sued, and you're going to be sued in the New York State Court. So probably in front of the same judge. So I acted on the advice of counsel, and when you do that, you cannot be convicted of fraud if you acted in good faith at the advice of counsel, which I did. And here's why he told me that. Most of the states require the candidate, which would be me, to use the same address on their ballot petitions. So you have to use a consistent address around all 50 states. And there are many states, including, for example, New Hampshire, that require that the domicile has to be the place where the candidate votes. Well, I've only ever voted in New York. So the only domicile I could put, and I had to swear in California, in New Hampshire, I had to take an oath in front of a notary that my voting address was my New York address. And so I had to use that address in those states, which means I had to use it in every state. And as you guys can imagine, this lawsuit is a frivolous lawsuit. It's a lawsuit that was brought by the DNC. The cost of these lawsuits by the DNC to us, to my campaign, is going to be over $10 million defending these frivolous lawsuits. We've won every one, and we're going to win this one. But they're using lawfare to try to keep us off of the ballot. is the opposite of what the Democratic Party was doing when I was a kid. The Democratic Party of Robert Kennedy, of John Kennedy, was a Democratic Party that was fighting to make sure that every American could vote for the candidate of their choice. The Democratic Party of today is doing everything in its power to make sure that Americans can only vote for the candidates that the party elites choose. And as you know, President Trump and Vice President Harris have both managed to get their party's nomination without actually running in a primary. They were simply chosen by the oligarchs, the donor class, and the Democratic elite. The Democratic Party, in other words, now the Democratic Party is doing everything it can to make sure that democracy does not happen. It's pretending that it wants to preserve democracy by actually destroying it. So that's where I am today. We filed. We're filing an appeal in New York State and in the state courts, and then we'll go up to the Supreme Court if we have to. And it's an expedited appeal. These election cases get faster treatment than any other case. They get precedence over every other claim. We're also filing a federal action under the 12th Amendment. The 12th Amendment says that there's only three requirements for president to run for president of the United States. One is that you're 35. Two, you're born in this country. And three, that you're a citizen of this country and a resident. And I meet all three of those. The states are not allowed to impose additional burdens, and the courts have been particularly wary of any state laws that could create a patchwork. They say this is a national election, it's the only national election, and the states cannot obstruct that by adding burdens to candidates appearing on national ballots in all 50 states. So we're filing a preemptive lawsuit in federal court, and we expect to win that too, and to win it very, very quickly. But I wanted all of you to know what we're doing, and to tell you the press will probably play this in a way that is disadvantageous to me, to put it mildly. And I wanted you to know what the truth was, and to not worry, because we will prevail. Thank you. This is the fence that was built by the Obama administration, and when the Trump administration came in, they were going to continue this up the hill because there was no fence up the hill. And they purchased all this material to complete the fence. And then the day that President Biden came in, he signed an executive order that the fence not be completed. So all of this material that goes down there for a mile, these miles of material have been just sitting there rusting out of apparently political pettiness.
I have served as the chairman of the Yuma County Republican Party for 10 years. Kennedy was only the second Democrat that ever requested a border tour.
Are you serious?
Yeah. So nobody actually ever came to really find out about the border and some of the challenges here.
I'm at the border wall around Yuma, Arizona. It's about 2 o'clock in the morning. We've watched about 150 people come across. I was expecting that most of the people would be from Central America. That this is really extraordinary.
This is an American issue that we're talking about. We have polarized the border and immigration to be divisive and all about rhetoric. This is the infamous Morales Dam gap. And what you had is, under President Trump, you had a big push for infrastructure, the wall system. And when President Biden took office, he signed some executive orders that basically halted all wall construction. And so that left the gap here.
Communities like yours are dealing with the ground reality of what happens when we have a broken federal policy that leads to an environment where you have to process over 200,000 people in 3 years.
This is at the Regional Health Center. These are some of the people that we saw come across the border last night, and they're now being processed at the health center.
Firsthand, I want you to hear from our hospital and some of the challenges that we faced there.
The dangers that await people as they make this journey, you don't know who you're going to come in contact with. They don't know who they're turning maybe their child over to. In this room, obviously, we designed it to be as comfortable as we can possibly make it, because the reality is no child should ever have to come to this exam room for an exam.
What I've learned is that people like yourselves doing this work, they're doing it from a humanitarian perspective.
This advocacy center is a product of this community, every aspect of it. If it were not for the support of our community, we would have none of it. So every victim, adult or child, that comes through our center leaves with one of these handmade quilts. You cannot buy hygiene equipment or diapers with a SNAP card. And if I'm trying to help somebody make decisions toward their safety and that of their kids, I have to help them meet their own basic needs. This stuff is stuff that we offer anytime that becomes a deal breaker toward making a decision toward getting out of a violent situation.
What you've accomplished in serving the community, the migrant community, and from a place of grace and heart and knowing the truth of what these individuals are going through, that to me is just an example of what's possible.
This has been an extraordinary trip for me because on the one hand, last night, I witnessed this dystopian nightmare of this uncontrolled flow of desperate humanity crossing the border and converging here because of misbegotten policies by high leadership of the United States, and landing in this community that has the other side of America, the best that we can represent to ourselves, to the rest of the globe. But after visiting the border, I've come to understand that the open border policy is just a way of funding a multi-billion-dollar drug and human trafficking operation for the Mexican drug cartels. When I'm president, I will secure the border, which will end the cartel's drug and trafficking economy. And I will build wide doors for those who wish to enter legally, so that the United States can continue to be a beacon to the world where diversity and culture make us great.
Hearing a campaign debate between you and her would be great because it'd be on policy issues, things to bring us together, bring things to move us forward. Now it's like we're watching a debate in the ecosystem of mainstream media of democracy or die. I don't see it building a bridge. I see it making people even more anxious and angry. And how does that help America get to the center, which is what you're trying to do?
It does the opposite of help people. It just contributes to this polarization that is more toxic than at any time since the American Civil War. And it's not only that issue. President Trump, I don't think he can end the polarization in this country because I think he feeds on it and he's the beneficiary of it. I also don't think the Democrats can because I think they are doing it from the other end of the spectrum. We need to start coming together and having congenial, respectful debates with each other over issues rather than saying that guy's going to end the republic or that woman's going to end the republic.
Or we need to elevate the independent party so that way there'd be three options.
There you go.
I mean, because
that is the best solution, Jason, and I agree.
Devastation and heartbreak as you saw parts of historic Lahaina town destroyed.
Where we have just learned that this is now the deadliest wildfire in modern U.S. history.
So many questions remain. Could the authorities have done more?
And you see all this set on the side of you, this was just an inferno burning right here that was just coming down all the way to my farm. It burned from the top, and then the rest of the fire burned from up Lahaina Luna down into the town. From 3 o'clock to 5 o'clock. By 5 o'clock, everything was engulfed already.
Wow.
And so see those air conditioner units? Those are prime candidates for PCBs and furan and dioxin. And they're ignoring them. We're giving them the data. And they're just looking at us like, no, our experts test for that. So now this is 300,000 gallons of water, and we're saying, look, I can point you out dioxin in any of this PVC that's not completely burned that you see on the conduits. There's so much room for dioxin and furan, heavy metals, arsenic, that's all here. Now if we look here, this has been sitting here for 6 months. Their only answer to it is to pump it into the ocean. This whole place was called the Venice of Hawaii because it's all underground springs. When the fire came, it burned the pumps. So all the springs released and all of Lahaina is flooded in this mess.
So your home was taken by
behind the
fire
wall.
storm.
Yes.
Should
You
we
gonna walk down
over?
there? Yeah.
And were you there that day?
Yes, I was sitting on right back there near my burnt coconut tree. The main house, guest house, my 65 Land Rover Classic. There's a flattened long storage building, 2 more buildings there, and all my art combusted. So, get to start again.
Wow.
It's quite something. You know, it's never in your wildest dreams would you think that this could possibly happen.
What's changed here since the day of the fire?
Nothing. Somebody came in and found some teapots and perched them on the wall before I was allowed in. People had walked all over, they've sprayed soil tack, and they said, oh, this will keep the ash down, but not really. So we went up the mountain there at that point, and we spent the night just moving around in the truck trying to avoid fires that were popping up everywhere. Oh, a paint set. I mean, that's how it goes. You just kind of look around and you recognize something. It's like, oh, there's one of my paint kits right there. Was a brush.
Priorities are in the wrong place. You take care of your people first. We're going through a hardship that's just as bad as anything. The worst natural disaster in American history. We're right up there with the worst few. And you're gonna be worried about a million other things. You're gonna give billions to other country, but squabble over a few million to help a town that's lost everything. Your head's hanging low? Try a little of this. Kind of cool, huh? On a lighter note, right? So you guys want to come in and see what's happening over here? So they have this, a deck, a solar system, a bathroom, a kitchen. We just give it to them through the nonprofit, and that's the way we're helping getting folks home. We give them a bathroom and a shower with a gray water catchment system, with a water system and a solar system. And then we give them a little kitchen, a few containers, a deck over it, and that's how we're helping families. Every Saturday, we bring groups in and families. We teach them about regenerative agriculture and farming. And then we're also having the volunteers help us build homes and then give them to folks. We can grow food, we can build houses, we can give to our community, and we don't have to wait on relying on the government right now because they've just been not there for us. So like relying on the people and relying on our community, that's what we're doing right now. Yeah.
Amazing. I look at something like this unprecedented disaster, and that's really diminished everybody in our country because Lahaina was such a jewel. I used to come to this town, and it was such a magical spot in the world. It was unique. It reminded me a lot of Nantucket, where I grew up. The roots and the history and the culture of these, extraordinary islands, these extraordinary people. And it was all taken away because of mismanagement and because of corporate control of the landscapes by the big agricultural industry that rerouted the water and dried up this lush, verdant area. And now that original merger of state and corporate power and all of the, the injury that came from it is now being compounded by the response, which is, is short-sighted, it's money-driven. They're going to take the waste and they're going to do something with it that is going to ensure the poisoning of the reef, the poisoning that's compounding it and making it worse. It's just the worst example of government inefficiency and ultimately corruption.
It's refreshing to listen to you and to think that, I really believe that if I was born, in 1945, that I would have voted for your uncle. I really believe that. When I listen to what he says, that is not what I hear at all from your party anymore. And you represent, just that classic liberalism that I think a lot of people want. I think you're the Democrat that party deserves. And I don't, really vote Democrat, but I see that in you. And I think that's why it's so refreshing. And that's why it's so frustrating to see that this is so binary. And that's my last question to you. It's just like, you're here, you're obviously you're running third party. Is it, how do you do it? Do you really believe you can do it?
My objective from the beginning, I said, my objective is to try to bridge the this vitriol, this terrible polarization that we have, Rob, in this country that's now, I think, more dangerous than at any time since the American Civil War. And it's even more dangerous because it's amplified by the social media algorithms, so that we are being driven further and further apart. The chasm between Americans is getting larger and larger. This hateful rhetoric.
Yes.
The polarization, I don't think the violence against President Trump is an accident. The same thing happened, when my uncle was shot. It was a time of terrible polarization.
You don't think it was an accident? Explain that.
Well, I just think there was, like, when my father was shot, was probably at that time the most divided, violent part of American history since the Civil War. When my uncle, President Kennedy, was shot, the newspapers had, and there were posters all over Dallas that day that were posted saying, with his picture on it, saying "wanted for treason, dead or alive." So, and I think part of the violence of that time was a result of all of this separation and the vitriol, the division. And what I said is, I'm not going to feed into it. I'm not going to make personal attacks on President Biden or President Trump. I'm going to be respectful. I'm going to be congenial. I'm going to criticize their policies.
Yeah.
But I'm going to do it in a way that brings Americans together, and I'm going to look for those values that Americans have in common, rather than these issues that are used to keep us all at each other's throats, and try to become a president who will give power back to the people and who will unite America, because we have terrible problems right now with the economy, the addiction to war, the chronic disease epidemic, the destruction of our soils, all this. We can solve all those problems, but we can't solve them when we're fighting each other. We can only solve them when we come together, and that's what I'm trying to do.
I respect that. Sir, thank you so much.
Rob, thanks so much. Let's go take back our country.
With black men having such skyrocket mental health issues in America, if you want to begin to fix the issue, right, you have to first deal with the mind. We talk about mental health, but it's really brain health, right? Because there's one thing to give a person an opportunity, but when your mind is already messed up, you can't even focus to take the opportunity because you're cycling on the problems that you just went through. Poverty-induced stress and trauma, right, creates this cycle of different health effects to where you have all of these issues and then you can't even afford to go get them fixed because you don't have money. So the very thing that causes your problem keeps you in the cycle of the problem.
Yeah, so let me just tell you how I think about this. I've been an environmental attorney for 40 years. My first case as an environmental lawyer was representing the NAACP in trying to stop a waste transfer facility that was being sited in the oldest black community in the Hudson Valley in Austin, in New York. This was a middle-class community. It wasn't poor. But it was being placed there because they didn't have the political power to kick it somewhere else. What I learned then is that 4 out of every 5 toxic waste dumps in America is in a black neighborhood. The largest toxic waste dump in America is Amiel, Alabama, which is 85% black. The highest concentration of uncontrolled toxic waste dumps in America is the south side of Chicago. One of the biggest health crises in this country is 44% of urban black children have lead contamination. Now, today, you made a really important point, which is the health impacts in black communities. One of the reasons for that is these are food deserts. They're getting bad food. They're
100%.
getting processed food. And they're being mass poisoned by it. When my uncle was president, 6% of Americans had chronic disease. Today, 60% do, and the amount with black Americans is much higher. American blacks were dying of COVID at a rate of about 3,500, 3,200 per million population. In Haiti, 80 miles south of Florida, the death rate was 14 people per million population. The processed food is what is poisoning us, and the medicated, the pharmaceuticals. And so, my solution to that is, one, I'm going to get NIH to stop making drugs to treat chronic disease, and instruct them, spend their budget, $42 billion budget, finding out exactly the contaminants that are causing and then eliminating them. Also, the biggest industry in rural areas in this country is prisons. They're now mainly private prisons, which are a crime against humanity. And they're doing what you're saying. They're monetizing human misery, right? And they're not spitting out graduates who are now thriving. They're spitting out recidivists who are going to be back a year later. And they're factories for abuse. It's not a mechanism for creating wholesome communities and belief in our country and love for our country and love for our communities. And that's what we need to start doing. And the people who are in there because they're convicted of drugs should not be in those facilities. They should be in a place where they're getting treatment, where they're getting training, where they're getting job training, life training, and spiritual enlightenment, spiritual enrichment, because that ultimately, we have to be able to induce in people who are enveloped in despair, we have to be able to induce in them profound spiritual realignment so that they're living on another plane, so that they understand that God is out there, that he's watching them, that he loves them, and that they have hope for their lives. And, that is going to be my major program when I get into the White House, is to reclaim all these people who have been lost.
Before I get on out of here for the day, let's get to some politics, where independent presidential candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr. appeared on Fox News' Hannity last night. RFK was on to discuss a recent court ruling that will prevent his name from appearing on New York ballots in the upcoming presidential election. Kennedy told Hannity that Democrats have tried to keep his name off the ballot in every state, despite the fact that he would take away more votes from Trump than Kamala Harris. Look at this quote here. This is what he told Hannity. If Fox News lets me on stage for the debate on September 10th, I will win the election. They're making up rules. If they had the presidential debate in commission, I would be on stage, end quote. I wouldn't go as far to say that Robert F. Kennedy Jr. would win the election, but he'd compromise it. In terms of the binary system that exists, the two-party system between Donald Trump as the Republican nominee and Kamala Harris as the presumptive Democratic nominee. He would definitely have a detrimental effect on one of them, if not both. But I think he speaks to a particular subject that should make us all uncomfortable. And I think it's something that we have to talk about on this show. And we have to continue to reiterate. I don't want Donald Trump to win this election. Strictly because he doesn't know how to act. I'm fearful he will be on a vengeance tour. I think he's somebody that would go about the business of picking people who are loyal to him as opposed to who's best for America. It did not escape me that the inordinate amount of cabinet members he had employed to work under his stewardship when he was president of the United States, when he was the 45th president of the United States. flamed out, decided to depart from him, and spoke adamantly against him. And essentially, I think that he's so narcissistic that he endangers us. It's just that simple to me. But that doesn't mean we get to let the vice president of the United States off the hook, because she is the vice president. She's going to get my vote. I'm rooting for her. And in no way am I being critical of her strategy thus far. It's been 3 weeks and 2 days since President Joe Biden officially stepped aside and said he's not going to run for re-election. And ultimately, she became the presumptive Democratic nominee. There was no primary for President Biden. So we didn't really see anyone challenge him. Perhaps had we seen that, we would have seen the cognitive decline. You know, the one that I alluded to more than 8 months ago, that had me saying we need a new president, that had me saying there's no way in hell that he should be running for re-election, that had me lamenting the fact that Democrats were embarrassing themselves by standing up and giving standing ovations in unison, clamoring for 4 more years for a man that's going to be 82 years of age once the election rolls around in November. You have any idea how embarrassing that is? I've said this many times, but that's not Kamala Harris's issue. She is 58, 59 years of age. She's 19 years younger than Donald Trump. There is no cognitive decline. Age and attrition hasn't kicked in where she's concerned. She's smart. She's bright. She's accomplished. A prosecutor. A former attorney general for the state of California. A former senator. Now the vice president of the United States of America. What are you doing avoiding interviews? What are you doing using pep rallies as press conferences or one-on-one sit-downs? Again, to this point, it's not a crime. But for those people out there that want to tell you, especially folks who are Democrats, that want to tell folks like myself and others to shut the hell up, don't listen to them. No, you shut the hell up. We ain't going for that. Because that's what y'all was telling us when we saw Biden slip it. And look at the mess that caused. You shut up. We ain't trying to hear that. As I said to y'all the other day, I cover sports. Let me give you an analogy. I understand it's part of the game of baseball to intentionally walk somebody. I get that part. But if Aaron Judge is about to walk up to the plate, whether you're at Yankee Stadium or someplace on the road, and he is up against an elite pitcher, and a championship is on the line, and y'all brave through traffic and crowds to enter a stadium, and you paid $35 for soda and hot dogs and popcorn, and then the pitcher intentionally walked Aaron Judge, how would you feel? See, even in key moments in the world of sports, when the path of least resistance is available to you, because of competitive fervor, because of the authenticity of competition, because we want to find out, you against me, one-on-one, what's up? What's up? Because we want to find that out, we expect you to answer the call. We expect that in basketball. We expect that in football. We expect that in baseball. We expect that in tennis and boxing and UFC matches and everything in between. We expect it in golf. Why the hell can't we have it in politics? If Trump is getting interviewed by everybody under the sun, where you at, Kamala Harris? Yeah, it's your time now. Let's find out. I want to hear you answer questions about fracking and the single payer health care and border issues. I want to see you smoke him on reproductive rights for women. He shouldn't even be able to hold your water in that category. Let's talk about Supreme Court justices. Let's talk about civil liberties in this country. Let's talk about the economy. I want to see that. I want to see nobody running. What's up with that? I don't want to see that. So that's what I'm saying. RFK has a point. The Democrats paved the way for Biden. When they paved the way for Biden, and he didn't have any competition, if it wasn't for a debate he agreed to on June 27th, which was 3 months usually before you see any debates, we wouldn't have found out. He would have sauntered right into the Democratic National Convention in Chicago next week as the nominee for the Democratic Party. This ain't the first time. The Dems tried to grease the ski, what do they call it? Grease the skids or whatever to influence votes. How about just being better than a guy that shouldn't be that hard to be better than? 2 impeachments, $454 million civil suit against him, 34 felony convictions. Can't beat him. Beat him. Beat him. RFK's right. Shouldn't be having to go through all of that. He should be on that debate stage. I don't want to hear his voice because his voice is awful. But I want to hear what he has to say, especially against them.
We have presidential candidate RFK Jr. here. They covered up your uncle, your father. We never got the full story. Now you're looking at people not cooperating. You're seeing whistleblowers come out. They're lying to us under oath when they're testifying. What do you think they're hiding here?
I don't know. I don't know enough about it, Jesse. A lot of this looks like just chaos. I mean, clearly a lot of things had to go wrong for this to happen, and particularly since there were law enforcement people who knew of the presence of a threat. And it's kind of baffling why President Trump was even allowed on the stage if there were people who knew. But I don't know. I heard in one of these where the police officer, the Butler County police officer, was saying that we're on a different frequency from the Secret Service and we can't reach them. And that seems like a protocol failure. I have to say that I now have Secret Service, and my Secret Service detail, I have tremendous faith in them, and they've acted very professionally and competently, and they've been very, very good to work with. So I don't know enough about this to comment on it.
Okay, you saw Kamala Harris finally speak to the media today. Where has Kamala been? This machine that's in charge of her is going to try to just do this for the next 90 days and just coronate her like a princess.
Yeah, I think it's troubling. I think, the American people need to see their candidate. And President Biden was doing the same thing. I mean, I was in the primary for 19 months. I've been running without either of them coming out to debate, to talk, to have unscripted interviews with the press, to have unscripted encounters with voters, the kind of thing that that you need in a democracy. We live in a democracy. We're supposed to have contact with our political leaders. They're not just supposed to be anointed. President Trump and President Biden were very, very critical about President Putin a couple of months ago when he won his election. And he won with 88% of the vote. And they said, well, that's because he controlled the press And he didn't allow any political opponents to run against him. Well, they're doing the same thing in this
If
election.
Kamala wins with 88% of the vote, I might have to storm the Capitol if that's the case. And they're still trying to shaft you with ballot access.
Yeah, we finished the trial today. We had a one-week trial in Albany. The DNC is trying to get me off the ballot in New York State and then all the other states. So they're essentially suing me in every state. In order to get on the ballot in this state, they made so many signatures. You need to get 47,000 signatures in 45 days. They tried to make it insurmountable. We got 150,000 signatures. We got 1 million signatures nationally, and we're now on the ballot on all. We have enough signatures now to get on the ballot in every state. Something everybody said we couldn't do. There's 1 million Americans who want to vote, who want to see my name on the ballot. The DNC strategy is to make sure that they will not see me on the ballot. My father and uncle, when they were running the Democratic Party, their big objective was to make sure that every American could vote. And today, the DNC is about making sure that people don't have that opportunity.
All right. Well, you didn't find any bears on the way to the studio, did you? Everything's fine.
We'll talk about that next
Nothing
time.
in your trunk, I hope. All right. Maybe Brett Bear. You might like that, though. RFK Jr., thank you.
Jesse, thanks for having me.
Click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You won't get it anywhere else.
All right, this week, a judge in New York ruled that Robert F. Kennedy Jr. cannot appear on ballots in the state for the general election in November. Now, the judge said RFK Jr. was disqualified over his residence. Now, since the beginning of his candidacy, the Democrats have not taken kindly to Kennedy's efforts. Now, aside from New York, they also sued to keep him off the ballot in North Carolina, an effort he eventually defeated, but it took a lot of time, effort, and money. RFK Jr. now says he is officially on the ballot in 270 electoral votes worth of states, which means he would be able to be elected president, though the Democratic Party is attempting to throw him off the ballot in both Pennsylvania, Delaware, and more legal challenges to his candidacy are expected. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. joins us tonight with more. How are you, sir?
I'm good, Sean. Thanks for having me.
You know, look, polls have been all over the place in terms of your impact on this race. By my math, I have you at about 207 electoral vote states, with a lot of states pending because most states have not certified who's going to be on the ballot yet. You seem to be winning a lot of these cases on appeal. But the effort to keep you off the ballot, even though it almost seems to be a wash, whether you're going to draw from Republican or Democrats, why are Democrats so fiercely against you when you've been a loyal Democrat your whole life?
Yeah, I mean, I actually take slightly more votes from Donald Trump than from the Democratic Party. And Donald Trump, I've actually talked to him about it. He knows that. He has not tried to get me off of any ballots. The Democrats have tried to get me off the ballot in every state. Sean, I've done something that everybody said that I couldn't do. We now have enough signatures to get on the ballot in every state. And the District of Columbia. We have over 1 million signatures, more than any presidential candidate in history. They made it insurmountable, and yet we were able to achieve it. In New York State, you had to get 45,000 signatures. We got 150,000. The Democrats knew that, the DNC knew that they couldn't challenge my signatures. So they raised a frivolous issue saying I don't really live in New York State. Meanwhile, I vote in New York State. I've been voted in New York State my entire life. I've never voted anywhere else. My driver's license is from New York. I pay taxes in New York. My law office, my only law office is in New York. My law license is in New York. My car is registered in New York. I have a home in New York. And the only indicia that states require, that the United States requires, is where are you going home to? Where are you going to return to? And I've always said New York. Here, the Democrats, it's very strange. They're spending tens of millions of dollars to get me off the ballot. The Democratic Party that I grew up with, Sean, with Robert Kennedy, John Kennedy, Martin Luther King, was a Democratic Party that was on the forefront of the battle to make sure that every American could vote for the candidate that they wanted. This Democratic Party is doing the opposite. It's trying to disenfranchise all these million voters who say they want me on the ballot, and the millions who have expressed support for me in the polls. They're trying to disenfranchise them, and it's pretty inconsistent with the history of the Democratic Party. And then we've had this very weird election where the primaries were canceled by the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party, which says they're trying to save democracy from Donald Trump, they canceled the primaries and canceled democracy within the party. And they chose Vice President Harris to run without any election. Nobody voted for her. A committee made of donors and Democratic elites chose their candidate. So democracy was absolutely erased. And now they're trying to get me off the ballot in all these states. Let me just say one thing so people understand this case. I have to put my domicile, my official domicile, on the ballot petitions in every state. So 50 states plus the District of Columbia. It has to be consistent. I always have to use the same state. Many of those states, for example, New Hampshire, say that your domicile has to be the place where you vote. And in New Hampshire, I had to swear under oath in front of a notary that the place where I voted and my domicile was New York. So I had to use it. I didn't have any choice. My attorney in November, when we said to him, what state, I have a house in California, I have a house in Massachusetts, and I have a house in New York. Which state do I put on this petition? He said, you have no choice. First of all, the DNC is going to sue you no matter what you do. But the only choice you have is to put New York, because there's other states that say your domicile is the place you vote, and you can't change that. So I took advice of counsel. I put the state, we are going to win this on appeal. This is meant to cost me money. As you know, the courts in New York are very, very highly politicized. We knew from the beginning that we were going to get a bad decision from this judge. We will win this case on appeal, and we will be on the New York ballot.
Well, let me ask you this. And, over the years, I noticed that, you've even taken on Fox News going back over the years in 2011 and 2012. You were talking about Fox News has divided this country. Well, I'm on Fox News, and I'm not calling for you to be taken off the ticket. I think you follow the rules, you deserve to be on the ticket. I don't see any Republicans trying to silence you. I take issue with some of your positions on the environment, on affirmative action, on law and order. I can go through the whole list with you. You voted for every Democratic presidential candidate. You want to ban fracking and ban drilling, et cetera, raise the minimum wage. You want free child care. You want to reimagine incarceration. And I can keep going. We just have a disagreement on it. That's fine. However, it's not conservatives that are trying to silence you. I'm putting you on this program saying I support your right to be on the ballot. What does that say about every Democrat you supported, going all the way back to Al Gore?
Well, I don't think that these are the traditional values of the Democratic Party. I think that a lot of the policies that are now being espoused by the current Democratic Party would have been anathema, for example, to my father, my uncle. And I'll give you an example. Yesterday, the European Union told Elon Musk that they were going to sanction him if he aired an interview with Donald Trump. This is something that is absolutely offensive to our democracy, absolutely offensive to the central value of Western democracy, which is freedom of speech. And you had the White House, and you had the Harris campaign, instead of expressing outrage about election interference by the European Union with our American election, silencing a former president, a former president who now is the nominee for one of the biggest political parties in our country, and they're silencing him. That is election interference, and you don't have the Democrats complaining about that, and that to me
let me
is
ask you this last
really
question.
offensive, isn't it?
Are you in this to the end? Are you in this till Election Day?
Yes.
Okay. Next time we have you back, I want to ask you about...
If Fox News lets me on the stage for the debate, I will win the election.
If Fox News lets you on they, like every media group, you
on
have to
the
show
stage
a
for the
certain
debate.
I don't know. I don't make up the rules, but there are rules. You have to show X amount of percentage of.
Well, Sean, they're making up rules. If we had the presidential debating commission, I would be on the stage.
I'll say, all right. Now, I do have to bring you back to talk about the bear in Central Park, the rattlesnake battle that you had in your driveway, which I saw a video of, which cracked me up, and the worm in your brain. But, you know, we could save that fun stuff for another day. Anyway, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., I do support your right to get on the ballot. You know, as long as you do follow the rules, get the signatures, you know, they should obey the law.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
Greetings, Earthlings and humans and all sentient beings, as well as all animals who love the sound of my voice. Keep sending me those videos of your animals loving on my podcast, because they love my voice, because they realize that an intelligent life form, animals are very, very intelligent themselves, so they know that a voice of intelligence has pierced this veil of unified bullshit. So keep sending me those videos that verify that the intelligence of animals. And welcome to the Roseanne Barr podcast.
Oh, you see, my patience is growing thin.
Well, today's show is going to be one of the biggest bangers we've ever had. We're so excited. It's more than a banger. It's a boom, boom, boom banger. We have such a great guest, somebody that I have admired my entire life, and even before this life, I think. But just a great person, RFK Jr. Hi, RFK Jr.
Hey, Roseanne, thank you so much for having me. And the admiration is mutual. You've had an amazing life, and you've created an amazing life. You have the life that God gave you, which was just... You know, it was interesting, and and you have the life that you made up for yourself, which is even is heroic. So thank you.
Well, that's so sweet. That is very touching to me. You are. I don't even know where to start, but we'll just converse and see where it goes, because I know it's going to go to some big places. You're somebody I've wanted to talk to for a very long time, and I've watched all your other interviews, and I'm always amazed at the spectacular amount of knowledge you've got in that brain of yours, and how you remember it all, I don't know, but yet you do. And
I forget my wallet and my keys every time I leave the house.
Are you on the autism spectrum at all?
No, I'm not. I think I'm the opposite of that. I think I'm very. I mean, I'm very conscious of my surroundings. I'm very. I think I'm very intuitive about what other people are thinking and how people react to me. So there are some things that my wife would like me to be more conscious of, but I think I came around at a time when autism was very rare in my generation, which is 70-year-old men. It's about one in, depending on what studies you read, it's about 1 in 2,500 to 1 in 10,000. In my kids' generation, which you're much closer to,
I'm older than you. Oh, that's
smooth. That's
that
hard
was
to believe.
very flattering.
But it's 1 in 34.
I know.
And in some of the states that really have granular data, it's down to 1 in 22 boys. So it's very, very alarming, that explosion.
I do want to go into that, and we'll discuss what we think causes
I've read
it.
that you've said that you're on the spectrum, but I would never have made that diagnosis, having the little that I know of you.
Well, it's and this is why I thought to ask you, because it's kind of like a dog that has a bone and they don't let go of it till they've picked off every piece of meat on it. You know, you just research, and autists in these days that are a lot of anonymous and a lot of researchers, they want to know why, and so they dig deeper, and they don't let go of that bone until they're satisfied with the information that's not readily available.
Well,
that's why I thought, I thought you did.
Yeah, I definitely have that.
So it's a need to know, a want to know, and the desire to do the footwork to uncover it. So that's why I thought it kind of described you to a T, because the stuff that you tell us about autism itself and the kind of forced vaccinations of our children, how that kind of coincidentally increased at those same times. You had to dig really deep into medical information to find that, and so that's why I thought you were like a dog with a bone on that one.
Yeah, I mean, I do have that. And that may be, I think I may be a little ADHD, because I have very good concentration. And when I'm focused on something, it is irrelevant what's going on around me,
Right.
the chaos around me. You know, my wife needs to get everything kind of calm and neat before she can focus. And I was raised, I have 11 brothers and sisters, 11 of us all together. I was raised in a very chaotic environment, and I can focus very easily through that chaos. But it's interesting. My uncle, President Kennedy, when he was a young senator, he met his wife, Jackie Bouvier, and he met her. She was a reporter for a newspaper, and she did these kind of profiles of famous figures and people met in the street. And she asked, in her first interview with my uncle, she asked him what he thought his best quality was. She thought he was going to say courage, because he had been a war hero.
Right.
He was the only
PT
president who's
109,
won the Purple Heart. And then he had written a book and won a Pulitzer Prize for Profiles in Courage, which was about a group. It was about a series of stories about political leaders, mainly senators and congressmen, who had made life-changing choices that they knew were against their political interests, but were in the interest of our country. And they torched their political careers by doing something that was morally correct. So she assumed that he was going to say courage was his greatest asset. But instead he said curiosity. And I think, and I've thought about that a lot, because I think that's what allowed him to be a peacemaker. He was able to put himself in the shoes of Khrushchev, of Castro, and others, and understand their motivations, that were rational motivations for making the choices they made, rather than kind of these ideological constructs that are rooted in tribalism, where you just say everybody on that side is dehumanized and evil. He just didn't believe that about people. He believed that whatever was happening in the Kremlin was a lot what was happening in Boston, in the local political scene, where people were conniving against each other, where there was a ferment of different opinions, of different ambitions, of different agendas, and that it was not monolithic, which is what the CIA was telling him. And actually, at that time, the CIA knew nothing of what was happening in the Kremlin, because there was a mole at Langley. So every time they turned a high-level Soviet official, he'd instantly be killed. And so the CIA was just making up their view of what was happening in the Kremlin, because they had no inside information. And my uncle realized
Why were they doing that? Was that, it seems like it's still going on too, was that just to allow them to warmonger, sell more weapons?
It does. You make these comic book depictions that this guy is pure evil and he wants world conquest. He's another Hitler, whether it was Castro, Saddam Hussein, Putin, Khrushchev, whatever. And And then they sell that to the public, and they frighten people. And then, as you know, once people are scared, it disables their capacity for critical thinking.
Yes,
They're
it does.
easy to manipulate.
Yeah.
So I think
That's why they inflict trauma after trauma after trauma since, way before 9/11. But since then, it's almost continuous.
Yeah, I would agree with that. That's fear and tribalism are the primary mechanisms for manipulating large populations, and it's not accidental because the CIA spent hundreds of billions of dollars studying how to manipulate individuals and populations. And there was a series of programs in the end of the 1940s. The CIA was started in 47, but in the 50s they launched the first ones were called Operation Bluebird and Operation Artichoke.
Yep.
And in the latter days they became the MK programs, MK Ultra, MK Naomi, MK Dietrich, and a bunch of others. And the MK stands for mind control.
Right, I know that.
And they were figuring out how to manipulate individuals.
Well, didn't it come from Operation Paperclip?
Yeah,
so they brought the Nazis over who had, done all of these mind control experiments on captive populations in their concentration camps, and they've kept detailed accounts of how a mother would choose which child to die. I mean, it's so nefarious, and they came over and took over our medical. They started the CIA. The SS, they came over, and that's where the CIA kind of came from, because it had another name, and I can't remember it. But they incorporated Nazi techniques in their mind control.
Yeah, there was a revulsion throughout until 1940, there was a revulsion among both Democrats and Republicans for secret police organizations. Right. They thought that those were inconsistent and antithetical to democracy. So they knew, Iran had Savak, the East Germans had the Stasi, the Germans had the KGB, the Nazis had the Gestapo, and those were associated with totalitarian systems. And most American politicians believed that that any secret police organization would be destructive to a democracy. And so after World War II, OSS, they developed OSS during World War II, which was originally created to recover pilots who were lost, who were shot down, to get them out of the way and to recover them, or who were shot down over France or over the ocean or whatever, to spirit them back across enemy lines. And then it became an intelligence organization. But after World War II, it was disbanded because they thought this is a toxic system and we cannot afford it in a democracy. And then Truman reluctantly let it get started in 1947 because they realized they had the nuclear bombs, and that using those in war would be devastating. And so they didn't want a hot confrontation with the Russians, and they were fighting these brush fire rebellions all over the developing world, fighting between the communist and capitalist systems, the West and the East, and they didn't want to use the nukes, and they didn't want to deploy a standing army. So they thought the shortcut would be through an intelligence agency, and they created the CIA. But originally, the CIA was created as an espionage organization, which means intelligence gathering and analysis. It was not a dirty tricks. There was no clandestine services. It was not supposed to be
used on the American
elections.
And it wasn't supposed to be used on any American citizen.
No, that too. That's in its charter. But they then, and you're absolutely correct, the first mission in 1947, the first mission that the CIA was given was Operation Paperclip, which was otherwise called the Rat Lines, which is the spiriting high-level Nazi officials, and particularly people with scientific knowledge, people who had worked on the missile programs, people who worked on poison gas, on biological weapons, etc., to spirit them. And a lot of those people, the Nuremberg prosecutors wanted them, and the CIA was giving them new identities so they wouldn't be indicted and put on trial in Nuremberg. And they were sneaking them over here. They populated Fort Detrick with them. Fort Detrick was the laboratory in Maryland where they were developing chemical and biological weapons. And then they brought a lot of them out to New Mexico, et cetera, to work on the nuke program and the missile program. And they also were bringing the same kind of people over from Japan, because there was a whole other system there. So, and the culture at Fort Detrick and in that part of the CIA to this day reflects a lot of the ethics and the moral underpinnings and assumptions of those original Nazi progenitors who had such influence on the program.
Well, because they, I don't know how to say it, but they do practice a kind of a fake science because real science doesn't use captive populations, does it?
Well, you could do science with, human experimentation, and it actually.
But isn't that against the whole Geneva thing?
It's against all of our values as a country. The reason they wanted the Germans and the Japanese is that they were using, it was a shortcut to really good data, because if you're experimenting on rats and monkeys, the data is not as high quality.
Right.
And it actually, in the Japanese were publishing all their data, and they did experiments. They had human experiments on 10,000 people who they killed. They would give them certain diseases, and then they would do live vivisections.
Right.
So they wanted to see what the disease was doing in a living person, and so they would give them Black Plague, or they'd give them cholera, or yellow fever, or any of these other deadly diseases. And then they would, without anesthetic, they would dissect them alive. And they did that with thousands and thousands. I wrote a book about it called The Wuhan Cover-Up. The Japanese perfected it more than anybody, and they were involving all the medical schools and all the universities in these experiments. All the doctors in Japan were implicated, as they were in Germany.
Right.
And they would publish their data, and they would publish it, but they would use a code word. If they were doing experiments on monkeys, they'd say it was a colobus monkey, or it was a langur monkey, or it was a spider monkey, or it was a rhesus monkey. But if they just used the word monkey without the species name, it was a human. So, and that's the code they were using to hide from the public that they were actually using humans. But any place in the scientific literature of that era, if it just says monkeys, it was actually mainly Chinese, Manchurians, and Russians who they had captured, and some Americans.
Mom, this episode with RFK is so good. He mentions ivermectin at some point. We want to take this opportunity to push the TWC emergency contagion kit, because we know they're going to start doing shit. They're going to drop bird flu or whatever's coming. This kit will protect your family. So tell them a little bit more.
You got to protect your family right now, because I'm telling you what, they're going to release all kind of crap on us, because the voting, the supposed free elections are coming up again. So expect to be sick, locked in your house, and have no way to vote except for by mail. And I guess the U.S. Post Office is part of the whole friggin' RICO scam there. Yeah. But anyway, you need to get you a contagion emergency kit from the wellness company right away, because this kit is no joke. It's your frontline defense against whatever they're going to throw at us. Yeah. It comes packed with ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, Z-Pak, Tamiflu, and budesonide, along with a nebulizer. And, you can rest easy knowing you have your emergency meds on hand, and you get a guidebook for safe use. Every family in America needs to get at least one of these here kits. It's like having urgent care in your home with you. So, and the money you save by going to the doctor, I mean, you're saving a ton of money. And stay away from the hospitals, too. You don't want to go there because they'll shove that thing down your throat and you'll be gone. Anyway, so here's what you do. Go to twc.health/RB and get your contagion emergency kit for your family right now. That's twc.health/RB and use the code RB. That's going to save you $30 at checkout. Hello. And these kits are only available in the USA. Man, that's mind-blowing. I just want to let that sit for a minute for people to digest it. And the Germans had done it, you know.
Of course, the Germans. I mean, the German. William Scherer's book, which is The Rise and Fall of the Third Reich,
I read that.
has a whole chapter on those experiments, and they're extraordinary. It's heartbreaking to read.
It is.
But they were, you know, there was a chapter that stuck with me for some reason, which is the Germans were particularly interested in cold weather war because they were fighting the Russians, and they wanted to understand if somebody's near frozen to death, what's the best way to revive them? At what point does it become irreversible? How severe does the exposure have to be? So they would capture Russians or, you know, other soldiers from the other side, and they were, or, you know, of course they were using Jews and gypsies and other unwanted, what they called useless eaters, to do these experiments in the concentration camps, but they were also using prisoners. And there's one experiment that he describes in that book where they put these two Russians in a cold bath.
I saw it.
Filled with ice. And then they just watched them to see how long it would die. And the Russians, they were shocked about how tough they were. And the Russians would last forever in this cold ice where everybody else would die within an hour. The Russians would last overnight, 2 days, whatever, and they'd be talking to each other, and they recorded their conversations, and it's really it is heartbreaking and just riveting to read, you know, how brave they were and how matter of fact they were about their own deaths and about the suffering they were undergoing. But it was those kind of experiments that gave them this extraordinary, that made them so desirable for the CIA, because they had real data on what all of these things did to human beings and, you know, in detail.
And also the data, which my friends say that during the Inquisition and during the witch burnings, they kept the perpetrators kept great records on all that too. And now we see it like, and the Nazis had access to all that information, but now we see it replayed here, where we talk about, you know, the eventual horrors that lead to, but how it starts as mind control of a, you know, country and how to create mass formation.
Yeah, that's what they were doing. Two things. One is they were using psychedelic drugs, and they were using torture, hypnosis, sensory deprivation, and a lot of other, and then propaganda, noise, torture, all these things to manipulate individual behavior, to find out how long it took to break somebody's will, their spirit, make them confess, but also to create Manchurian candidates, which are essentially unwilling killers. How do you use hypnosis and other techniques to make an individual assassinate a leader or somebody else?
Well, it's to create an assassin.
What?
It's to create an assassin.
Yeah, to create an assassin. So they were doing that, and they were also then looking at how do you manipulate entire populations,
right.
And you do that by sowing fear, sowing uncertainty, by destroying institutions, by locking people up, keeping them away from social situations, lying to them systematically through propaganda, etc. And they were interested in how do you essentially deconstruct a society, make it so disorganized, so chaotic that people will plead for a strong centralized control, and then you can drop that in on them from like a colonial project. And how would the CIA control a Latin American nation like Guatemala by through selective use of assassination, and then destroying business opportunities, sowing mistrust in all the institutions, the church, the hospitals, etc., capturing key leaders to use them as propagandists, etc. And they became formulaic. They understood how you can do that. And I think.
Do you think sometimes I think, well, we perfected it in all the countries we did it in.
Yeah, and now we did it here.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, I think that's exactly what happened. And all of the things that we did elsewhere, we've seen done in our country in the last few years. And unfortunately, the CIA has been given a lot of leeway because, as you pointed out, the CIA's charter forbids the CIA from doing any manipulation, any propaganda in our country, any manipulation in our country, any interference with the political process. And during I guess it was the 2020 election, when these 51 CIA officers signed the letter, saying Hunter Thompson's laptop was a Russian election interference hoax. And you say, how did that group, how were they assembled? And the recent Senate hearings show how they were assembled. They called, Anthony Blinken actually called the head of the CIA at that time and said, we need this help. And she assembled these 51 leaders, but it was what they were accusing the Russians of, they were actually doing. They were doing election interference on the American people here. That was election interference. And so...
And no one's ever held to account for any of it.
No, and the mainstream media is all compromised now. And they want, this should outrage Americans. This should absolutely, we should be indignant. We should be with pitchforks and torches in Langley surrounding that place saying, how did this happen? And yet the mainstream media, there's not a ripple of even recognition that this was, even though it's all now out, Senate testimony, there's no defense of it. And yet you still have the consensus in the liberal media and in most Americans is that there was no, it was all Russian election interference. And it's kind of shocking to me.
It's staggering.
Yeah.
I guess, it works. I guess, it just works.
Yeah.
When you have...
and I'm not a fan of Donald Trump's, but it's irrelevant who they did this to. If they do it to him, they're going to do it to everybody else. And, don't people see that?
Well, they already did do it to everybody else, and they're still, not putting the total pieces together. Yeah. I mean, look at the number of black men in America that this same justice system faked. How many innocent black men did they lock up just because they were looking for a black man? A black man. It's in Texas. It's record numbers. Things are being overturned right and left. They just did it
back in the day. You're saying
back in the day, yeah, but it still goes on.
What do you mean? Are you talking about?
I'm talking about black men who were, in America.
Who are in jail now, you mean?
And who were, in the last 3 decades, unjustly incarcerated when they were innocent.
Yeah, well, also,
And the evidence was doctored or withheld, from a corrupt justice system that just, the guy was running for re-election, so he didn't care.
But it was also systematic. And that, it happened with Kamala in California.
Yeah.
But it was systematic. We passed two laws, one of them in 1986 and one of them in 1994. Both of them were written by Joe Biden. And the first one was the drug law, which was in the omnibus drug law. And that law did something extraordinary, which it gave penalties for crack cocaine that were 100 times longer than for powder cocaine. And it was because blacks were using crack cocaine and whites were using powder cocaine. So you could have somebody in Westchester County, a couple of miles from the Bronx, who, right on the border, a white kid who was arrested for powder cocaine and would get no prison sentence, and a black kid the same age arrested for crack cocaine in the Bronx, which was the preferred form, of most available form, thanks again to the intelligence agency.
Yes, they brought it in.
Yeah, and the black kid would end up getting 10 years in jail.
Right.
And and then that was systematic. And then in 1994, we passed the omnibus.
And his kid's a crackhead. That's what's even more funny.
In 1994, that's a good point. In 1994, I think he's sober now, though. In 1994, they passed the Crime Act, which had the mandatory sentencing. It had 3 strikes you're out. You had the super predator provisions, and that was all designed to lock up the entire black population.
Yeah.
And between those two bills, we doubled the amount of blacks in American prison. So
Kamala let the big dirty secret slip. And I had this in my campaign when I ran in 2012 on a socialist platform, but she let the big secret slip. I said, part of my campaign was saying, they're locking up kids in their youth, mostly minority kids in their youth, and they're using them as prison labor. And the number one manufacturer of U.S. house paint is prison labor, where they're paid 21 cents an hour to create, for a corporation. They're corporate slaves in prison. And Kamala let that slip, where she didn't let the guy out even though his term was over. And she goes, well, I need him for labor.
Well, what she actually did, and the point you're making is absolutely correct, but there was a case that went to the Supreme Court that said that the California prisons were illegally, unconstitutionally overcrowded.
Yes.
The Supreme Court ordered the state of California to release 5,000 prisoners who were imprisoned for nonviolent drug offenses.
Right.
They were mainly blacks.
Right.
And she repeatedly, again and again and again, defied that order. And when she was asked about it, she said, we need these for fire suppression. We need the prisoners. We need them for certain jobs, like you say,
slave labor.
For paint.
She comes from a slave-holding family in Jamaica, so it wasn't no big thing to her to use people for slave labor. And she probably owned a piece of the privatized prison herself. Don't most Democrats own part of privatized prison? Allegedly, like a lot of these Democrat senators and such, they're the things they're invested in, they should be investigated, because they're getting double kickbacks, and so are the Republicans. I mean, the things that our Congress is invested in are questionable, at least.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. The conflicts of interest are outrageous. Just going back to that last point, when Tulsi ran against Kamala, and I love Tulsi.
I love her too.
Yeah, she's
we
fantastic.
had her on. We love her. We had her on here. We love her.
I mean, she's so smart, so articulate, so she has such integrity. And she said that she made this point when she was running against Kamala. She said Kamala, I'm sorry, was putting people in jail, massive numbers for marijuana. And when she was asked, had she smoked marijuana, she laughed and said, essentially said, yeah.
Do they just want us all dead? It just seems like they do. They just want to kill a ton of people in our country. They just want us dead.
Who's they?
The government.
Yes.
what is your role in this?
I usually talk more, but I'm so fascinated. I'm just hanging back,
Yeah.
keeping it on track.
He tries to keep me on
He
the
keeps
map.
you on.
Yes.
I'm getting that part
But you're
now.
telling him he's not keeping me in line.
Is that what you're doing? Because I'll
I
step
think
up.
he is.
No, but I wouldn't speculate about that because I try never to make predictions, and I try never to speculate about why people do things. I just try to lay out the facts. And
Yeah,
like in the
well, you're
Fauci
smart.
book, I never look into his head and say, this is why he was doing it. I don't say, well, this is why Bill Gates is doing it. But as I said to you earlier, it's hard to figure out an innocent explanation for why this stuff is happening. Or, stuff like the border.
Yeah.
You go down to the border and you see so much evidence that they're let 7 million people in, and that they literally took down the fences, and there were 27 gaps in the wall that they bought the material for, and they ordered it stopped. And then it's hard to say, well, what is the innocent explanation for this? Nobody thinks it's good to let the Sinaloa drug cartel to control our immigration policy in this country. How could anybody? This isn't a Republican or Democrat issue. It's just obvious that this is a bad policy.
Is
and
it
it's
like
crushing the social safety net in New York and Chicago.
Well, that's what I think they're trying to do, is just crush the social safety net of working class people and then replace them because they want a day off and benefits, the American working class. So they just want that over because we're in there, working people in America, they're not desperate enough.
We're going to have new eyeballs on this week with RFK, a whole new audience, and we can reach potentially new people and save them.
He's hot.
He's really
I told my girlfriends he's kind of hot. If I was still a woman instead of a postmenopausal hag, I'd go for him. I'm telling you what.
And he has the brainworm thing, so maybe he'd go for you too.
Ah!
Anyway, American Financing is one of my favorite companies. They've been in business for 25 plus years. They're family owned and operated. They help you get the equity out of your home. They save an average of $854 a month, which is about a $10,000 a year raise. And most importantly, and why I love them, Mom, is they do not take a commission. So when you go to refinance your house, they give you the best loan for you. They don't get a cut. They're paid for, they're owned by their family. They save an average, just get this, $854. That is their average. So that's an extra $10,000 a year.
They don't end up taking your house away from you, do they?
No, they don't do any of that. They're legit. You can look them up. They're highly rated on Better Business Bureau. They have a long history. When they called us, they told me they were fans of the show, and they are. They knew stuff. They knew the allegedly such stuff, and I love pushing this company.
Well, me and your dad, we were broke and bankrupt, and we went to a similar place that helped get us out of debt, and that's why I like it, because it did help us. They didn't take our house neither.
No, and this is a mortgage lending company, American Financing. Like, you can actually call and try and get a loan for your house too. It's not just refinancing. But if you own a home and you are an American, which means you're struggling now under Biden, Harris, and the communist regime, you can actually pull equity out of your house. These are the guys that do it. They'll help you. There's no scheme.
Maybe they'll help get me some money so I can build that barn dominium. I want a barn.
We actually probably could refinance. It's not a bad idea. It's really not. But you take the equity out of your home. It's basically free and found money. And, you might be able to even delay a couple mortgage payments if you sign up. So tell the people where to sign up. Let's get into it.
Well, this says here, I thought this was good. If you start today, you might be able to delay 2 mortgage payments. That's really good. That's big money. Call 866-890-8585. That's 866-890-8585. Or you can visit americanfinancing.net/Roseanne.
I wouldn't comment on why they do it, because I never do that. But I would say one thing that is obvious is that that neither political party cares at all for working people in this country, that they don't. Both of them are now owned by corporations, and they're the same corporations: BlackRock, State Street, Vanguard. It's the military, it's the pharmaceutical companies, and that they're working for them, and that They're keeping us all at each other's throats
Yeah.
because it distracts us. It's like the jangling keys. You're saying, look at this over here, and you're robbing the bank over
That's
here.
right.
And all the wealth is going upward to BlackRock.
Yeah. All the public money
and
is going
Goldman.
into private pockets.
Yeah, exactly. And you look at what's happening to working people cannot afford to live in this country anymore.
That's right.
There's almost 60% of Americans can't put their hands on $1,000 if they have an emergency. And if you're in that cohort and the engine light comes on your car, it's the apocalypse. You know you're not going to be able to afford the mechanic. You know you're going to lose your ride to work. You're going to lose your job. And you're going to get evicted from your house, and you're going to end up on the sidewalk. Homeless, all those people on the sidewalk, they're not there because they're mentally ill. They're drug addicts. They're people who got two flat tires at the same time, or they got
That's
the engine
exactly
light
right.
come on.
They're
And then-
previous homeowners.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we're all, they have us all fighting over, like, abortion and guns and, and trans stuff and all of these issues that are kind of, they're a little bit marginal to the central concerns of our lives.
Mm-hmm.
And they're just robbing us blind.
They are totally robbing us blind.
Yeah, and they've destroyed the middle class. And, I grew up with a Democratic Party that was on the side of the cops and the firefighters and union people.
Labor. Me too.
Union.
My dad and grandpa were, total labor people that were, that was the Democrat Party. And now you never even hear the word labor from the Democrat Party.
They're not. They work for Wall Street. They're not working. They don't care about labor in this country at all.
No, they're labor to them are the, and then when
look what they're doing. They don't care about, the people who work at Amazon or Uber or any of the people who are trying to unionize right now. There's so many things the Democratic Party should be advocating for to rebuild the labor movement. Capitalism, I believe strongly in capitalism, but capitalism doesn't exist, does not function if the working people don't have a bargaining position.
Yeah, absolutely. Because there's nobody to buy the stuff.
Right.
Right?
It's funny that Henry Ford said, he was giving his workers a living wage.
Right.
They're making $5,000 a year. And he was asked by the other robber barons and the big auto companies, why are you paying them so much? And he said, I want every one of my workers to make enough to be able to buy one of my cars.
And that was they were like, I should have had a V8.
Yeah.
They were like, that's crazy talk.
Yeah.
But that's what built a middle class in America.
Exactly, which became the greatest economic engine in the history of mankind. Because we had a middle class, people could afford homes. Once you own a home, you have equity. It means you can borrow money. And that way, if you have an entrepreneurial impulse, you can build a yoga studio or a sporting goods store or a bar or a saloon, a restaurant. And we had this extraordinary ferment, the capitalist ferment in our country that made us the most powerful economic nation. When I was a kid, America owned 50% of the wealth on earth.
Right, I remember that.
And now, we're down to the low 30s. And the middle class is gone in our country. It's gone. It is gone. If you're middle class, now the top 1% owns more wealth than the 60% in the middle class.
Mm-hmm.
And if if you're middle class in this country, you cannot afford to live in America anymore.
I know
and people, I talk to people every day.
And I want to say that isn't free market capitalism.
No, it's corporate crony capitalism.
That's right.
We have nothing. We do not have. It's all monopoly capitalism.
Yes, exactly.
It's, you look at all these franchises. They're all owned, but that have replaced our Main Street stores, and they're all run by Goldman and these other big companies that are just strip mining the wealth from the American middle class and taking away our sovereignty, our power, and it's all fixable. It's all fixable, but the Democrats can't fix it. The Republicans can't fix it. They're all part of the problem.
Well, they don't want to. I thought it was hopeful.
I think Trump wants to fix it.
Well, he does, yeah.
I think he has a good instincts, but he doesn't have the depth.
Oh, I think he does.
You think he does?
I think he
Well,
does.
then why did he go along with the COVID lockdown?
Well, I think
Because he said, I'll never do it. And then he did it. And, he gets overwhelmed by his bureaucrats.
Yeah,
and
I
then,
think that happens.
he had this incredible deal where he went to Korea and he walked across the DMZ.
Yeah, that was pretty amazing.
Zone, and all the liberals attacked him because he met with Kim and everybody said, oh, he likes dictators. But then he came back and he created this agreement to denuclearize the Korean Peninsula. And both Kim and at that time the president of South Korea was Moon Jae-in, and the two of them agreed, we're going to get rid of all nuclear weapons on this peninsula. How good would that be for the world? Then they went to President Xi in China, and he signed on to it.
Right.
And then John Bolton, Mike Pompeo, came to Trump and said, you can't do it. And he caved in. And he knew it was the right thing, but he didn't have the depth to say, I'm going to do it. And, and you guys are, what I think about him is that he has really good instincts. He had great instincts about the vaccines. He had great instincts about ivermectin. He had great instincts about not shutting down our society, the social distancing, the masking, and many other things. But I think he gets rolled by his bureaucrats because he doesn't have the depth of knowledge.
Do you think that's depth, or do
What?
you think that he does that because of depth, or maybe
I
other
think it's
reasons?
depth. I think he's like us, that he kind of has ADHD and he skips around. So I think he knows a lot of these issues on the surface, and he knows what to do. When you get in
when you're a creative person, when you have ideas, when you have ideas to make things better, you can't really fathom the malfeasance of people who don't.
And now what I would say, Roseanne,
maybe he does now.
Yeah, maybe he does now. Except that the people he's talking about bringing in, like Jamie Dimon, are not the kind of people who.
I said that too, but
John Bolton.
he came on and said.
He's now said he's not going to do
said
that.
That he never
but
said
he
that.
told Bloomberg he was.
Yeah.
Let me tell you a little bit of history. When my uncle, during the Cuban Missile Crisis, my father disappeared for 13 days. We only lived 7 minutes from downtown at that time. You could get from my house to the Justice Department in 7 minutes, for driving fast. We lived across the Potomac in McLean, but my father never came home for 13 days. He slept at the White House, and this was the 13 most perilous days in the history of our planet, because we were this close to nuclear exchange with the Russians. And there were 13 people in the committee that was meeting continuously to figure out what to do. It's called the XCOM Committee. And the first day they voted, and it was 11-13 to invade Cuba.
Right.
My uncle started saying, and the only two people who didn't want to invade at that point were my father and Robert McNamara. And my uncle said to the CIA, he said, let me see the aerial photos. And he started studying himself the aerial photos of the missile sites. There was 64 missile sites. And he said, how many men are on each of these missile sites? And they said it may be 600 men to man each site. And he said, are they Cubans or are they Russians? And they said, well, we don't know, but we think they have to be Russians. My uncle said, if we bomb those sites, we kill all those Russians, isn't Khrushchev going to have to go into Berlin? And that's going to be the beginning of World War III. And they said, we don't think he has the guts to do that. So that's the level of their depth in decision making. And my uncle said, we got to figure out something else. They met for 13 days. And then, my uncle and father figured out how to do it. This extraordinary story about how to bring an end to it through an embargo and through a secret agreement with Khrushchev that we would remove our missiles, our Jupiter missiles from Turkey secretly if he agreed to pull the missiles out of Cuba. And he ultimately agreed because he didn't want to go to war either. My uncle installed a hotline at that time where he could talk directly to Khrushchev because he knew all the people around him wanted a war. But he was able to stand up to his bureaucrats. And in fact, the last day, he said to the ex-con committee, let's take a final vote. The ex-con committee voted 8-6 at that point to invade. And my uncle said the sixes have it. So in other words, whatever they said, he wasn't going to do. He made up his own mind about what was going to happen, and he did that. And I don't think, and I think he was able to do that because he had a military background himself. He mistrusted the brass. He didn't trust his own intelligence apparatus because of the Bay of Pigs. And he also had an intense granular knowledge of what was happening and a curiosity about it. And he was able, that gave him the capacity to stand up to an intransigent bureaucracy. And I do not think that President Trump has that quality. I hope he does now. Maybe he's gained it in the interim, but I don't, I haven't seen that from him.
It seems that way. But he was so new to it, I mean, you can't calculate how evil some of these people in our government are.
Yeah.
And I was kind of heartened. I was excited, and I wanted to talk to you about when they overturned the Chevron doctrine. I thought that's about the best thing that's happened in 100 years here, because that sort of cancels the authoritarian state, and their NGOs that I don't think that it's hit people maybe yet, but I thought that was just so great because I thought that's kind of what's needed, because people are running our country that have never signed an oath to the Constitution or to our country at all. It's faceless bureaucrats, right? In these authoritarian unelected positions like SES and stuff. They're making all the moves. So I don't even know if a president could defy them until they overturn that. Now I think maybe it's a new.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff the president could do, even with the Chevron doctrine. And the Chevron doctrine to me is a double-edged sword. Because if the agencies are functioning as they're supposed to, as public welfare agency,
but they're not.
No, they don't. Now they've all been taken over by corporations, and now they have this unconstitutional power. And the person who brought that suit is a friend of mine. I've represented commercial fishermen my whole life, and that's where I got my start representing commercial fishermen. It was a fisherwoman who brought that case. Two companies that represent commercial fishermen who brought that case, and I think it is at this point in the history, it's a net positive because with all the power, these agencies are no longer representing our interests. They are now sock puppets for the industries they're supposed to regulate.
It's so, but it seems that it's getting clearer and clearer, and the big disguise and the big cover-up thing, that veil is thinning, for people in our country to see, man, this is all just one big yank. It seems like more and more people are getting hip to that it's not two parties, and it's not of, by, and for the people in any way. It's just corporate self-interest, and everything they do is protect themselves from any sort of judgment or any kind of responsibility or accountability.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with that. I think I'm not as optimistic about how many Americans recognize it. I think the mainstream media.
Oh, please fake it with me, because I get so depressed that nobody gets it.
Everybody else is still in the psyop, or a lot of people.
How would we break it?
I don't know how you unravel an orthodoxy, because even you and I were talking about this earlier, that you have a family member who is very badly injured by.
But we don't talk about it.
The COVID vaccine. I'll talk about it in a veiled way, but even people who are severely injured, have a hard time saying that's probably what did it. Because they were, it was such a tribal battle at the time. And
Oh yeah, it broke up families. Mine.
yeah. And so, I was curious from the beginning as how does this orthodoxy ever unravel? Because the information doesn't do it. People are totally impervious to facts. And, a friend of mine who's a psychiatrist, I said to them, how do you persuade somebody who is completely subsumed in that kind of religious-like belief system?
Yeah.
Because if you challenge somebody on their religion, it just makes them dig in.
Yeah.
And he said that's the exact thing for every orthodoxy. That's a feature of every orthodoxy, that it's impervious to facts. It's impervious to any kind of external stimulus. And that he said the only way that you can do it is through the Socratic method of you don't fight back, you just ask questions. And as long as you keep doing that and you don't fight them on it, but just say, are you, is this what you expected the benefit to be from it? And is that working for you? And to do it in a way that's gentle and non-confrontational so that people maybe are stimulated to begin asking questions on their own rather than thinking that they have to be defensive about this.
Yeah, they have to defend.
It's called cult breaking. That's what it's called, cult breaking. What you're talking about.
It's called code breaking.
Cult breaking.
Cult breaking.
Somebody's in a cult. There's these cult breakers. They go in, and that's one of the techniques they use. That's a real thing, because they're in a cult, and you have to open their mind. It looks like we have to do that to a lot of Americans. Actually.
But you can't threaten them because then they get really defensive.
Yeah.
And then they really shut down. So that's what you just said, basically.
Yeah, and you can't assault them with facts.
No.
Yeah.
And they're offended by facts. They go, well, those are your facts. That's what they say. Well, those are your facts, but they're not my facts. I mean, it's so sad to see that happen to Americans, but it's like been in planning for a long time, I think, to make a docile, a country of docile. I used to think it was for docile workers, but they don't even want nobody to work. It's just docile prey. Yeah. So you'll take more and more, and then they're going to come out. And it seems like, what do they do? Invent? It's so evil. I just see it as evil.
One of the interesting experiments that came out of MK Ultra is called the Milgram experiment. And the Milgram experiment, there was a Yale associate professor named Stanley Milgram, and he recruited about 70 people from every walk of life in New Haven: business people, students, working people, blacks, whites, etc. And he would bring them in to take part in this experiment, and he would put them at a table like this, and on the table there was a dial, and they were told that the dial was connected to a man who was sitting in the next room who was tied to a chair, and that when they twisted that dial, it would administer an electric shock, and that they were doing an experiment on him, right? They didn't tell they were doing the experiment on you.
Right.
And they were told by a guy who was a doctor, so a doctor, it was really Dr. Milgram, who was in a white lab suit, and he had, kind of badges on him that made him look like an authority figure. And he would tell them, okay, turn it up, turn it down, turn it up, turn it down. When they turned it up, they could hear the guy struggling and screaming and sometimes pleading and crying. And a lot of the subjects were saying, I don't want to do this anymore. Can I stop? And the doctor would say, no, you can't. And he'd say, turn it up. And I think 67% of it, you shouldn't go to Wikipedia for anything controversial, but you can look this up in Wikipedia. Yeah. I think, and it's called the Milgram experiment. 67% turned it up to where it said potentially lethal.
Yeah.
and which is like 250 volts or something. And and what Milgram said is that the voice of an authority figure has the capacity to overwhelm all of your most deeply held beliefs and ethical precepts for the normal person.
Yeah.
That they will, if somebody who they believe in as authority tells them to do something that they know is wrong, they're going to do it. The good news is,
Well, they think they're off the hook. It's like,
yeah.
it's like a Hannah Arendt's thing, the banality of evil. If they think, well, I'm only following orders, so I'm not going to be held responsible for my own actions.
Yeah, I mean, that's interesting. And but the good news is that 33% of them got up and walked out.
That is good.
And that is roughly that, what we saw during COVID, because COVID seemed to me from the beginning a giant Milgram experiment where we had a doctor and, all these doctors who were assembled at the top of the society, and they were telling people to do things that we all knew were wrong, to censor the press, to do what you're told, trust the experts. Okay. That was never a thing. That trusting the experts is not a feature of democracy. It's not a feature of science. It's a feature of totalitarianism, and it's a feature of religion.
Right.
But it's not science to trust the experts.
It felt like a big old psyop.
Yeah.
Yeah, where everybody falls in line. That mass formation stuff. Remember the Super Bowl when, what's her name, Beyonce came out and her song was Mass Formation, just before all of it came down?
No, I didn't.
Yeah.
How do you explain that?
Well, because
in a non-paranoid way, please, Roseanne.
In a non-paranoid way? Well, I don't know if I can.
You're the wrong podcast.
I'm not
for
even
that.
paranoid. No, it's not paranoid. It's like I just connect different dots.
Yeah.
And I am paranoid because I grew up with Holocaust survivors. So I don't know if you'd call that paranoid or some other thing, but it looks like a lot of the same shit to me.
Yeah.
And, yeah.
So this was before. When was this? This was like in the Super Bowl in 2020, January of 2020.
No, it was way before that.
Are you saying, was the song called that, or what do you?
That was the name of the song she did.
Oh, I have to look that up.
It was called Mass Formation.
Yeah, and it was her. It was kind of a call to arms for mass formation, and you just look it up. And
so I mean, what do you?
Because the media always telescopes a message to the people that watch the Super Bowl at halftime. You knew that, right? Or
I didn't know that.
Oh, okay.
The song's called Formation.
Yeah,
I looked it
and
up.
look at formation, but look at what it's about. We'll drop it in later.
Yeah, we'll do it later. I was just just
they're
verifying
in
real time.
military. They're in militaristic
So
outfits.
can you give me some other example of the Super Bowl functioning as a conduit for?
Well, you saw the
CIA
Olympics.
and for what?
You saw the Olympic opening the other day in France. I mean, there's stuff like that.
You mean the Olympic had all of the
just symbolism in general?
The symbolism of it.
It's a way I would consider they would communicate to us. I mean, that could be
that was
weird, right?
Strange, very.
But
strange
all the
choice.
Super Bowls have that. They all have a kind of a cultish,
All the music videos.
occultish message to them about overthrowing anything that is American values. Like Madonna dressing like, a death cult goddess and all the people half naked around her. Just watch the last 5 Super Bowl halftimes.
Well, how do you explain that I put my ad on the Super Bowl this time?
Well, I did a couple Super Bowl commercials and they were great, but that you weren't singing and dancing. It's for the youth.
You didn't have
now,
any symbolism in there, did you? I didn't notice
if you came out there in a big old headdress
and a thong
with like
horns.
Satanic imagery all around you, that you could say something.
Well, you might have got the Democratic nomination. Had you done it.
Yeah, what about that? Why did these people always gripe about the our democracy, and they got anything but democracy, or they would have chosen you, which pisses me off. because you are the Democrat Party, because your family is the Democrat Party, but they don't like any of that, and they went so far left that I can't even understand them. But then they pick everybody. You know, I said
Yeah,
they
had
shot
to
it
destroy democracy in order to save it
exactly
from
like
Donald Trump.
Vietnam, right?
Yeah,
But I said, oh, they shot at Trump and killed Biden.
yeah, interesting.
But they all just work together. It's just like this crazy message they keep, like you said. They just want us fighting laterally. Like the Torah says, when a man hits a dog with a stick, the dog goes bites another dog. That's what it is.
Yeah, well, that's true.
But what about the Democrat Party totally overturning democracy in the people they install that their own constituents don't want? What the hell kind of overturn of democracy is that? Does that make you mad?
I mean, my reaction is not to get mad, because I don't think I think I'm disciplined about not going into anger.
That's good.
And I think anger is most people have two ways of handling anger, and one is to externalize it, in which you kick the dog, and then a week later, somebody is beating their wife in China because it reverberates around that externalized anger reverberates around the globe. And then the other way is to internalize it and turn it into a resentment, which is like swallowing poison and hoping somebody else will die. And that, I don't want to go into either of those places. So I have other ways of processing when I see something that doesn't make any sense or that's unjust, which is, to try to apply my energies against it, but also not do something that is destructive either to myself or people around me. And you kind of have to embrace adversity and see it as an opportunity for personal growth.
That was going to be my next question, because I think that a lot of people who do have anger things, it comes from trauma and not really processing the trauma that you had gone through. Anger is definitely a sign of impotence. It's a sign that you didn't. I agree with you there, but sometimes it does drive you to action. To correct.
Yeah, I mean, you can't say
action.
Yeah, and I mean, one of the most, one of the great New Testament stories is Christ going in and over to getting angry.
Yeah.
And overturning the tables of the money changers at the temple. And so, I think anger is a motivation, but for me, it's not. For me, anger is not it's a destructive. It's not something that I try not to go into either rage or resentment.
Well, you had so much trauma in your life and your family. How did you turn that to be? How did you deal with it and turn it so that you could work for the betterment of humanity and not let it take you down?
I think the way that I processed trauma for 14 years was through heroin addiction. And that was from when I was 15 years old, which was a year after my dad died, until I was 28.
I'm so sorry. I didn't know that about you.
Oh, yeah. So, and that's pretty well known. I mean, I'm very open about it. And then I've been in recovery for 40 years. And but I'm very disciplined about my recovery. I go to a meeting every day.
Oh, wow.
And I already was at a meeting this morning, and I do that every day of my life. And I think that, you have to work on it.
Yeah.
So I had to have a very intense spiritual realignment that I think has enabled me to take that trauma and actually turn it into something good for me, to turn it into good energy. And I think that's our function in life, is to create order out of chaos.
Yes.
And to transform the misfortunes and the challenges in our lives into something that benefits other human beings. I think that's what comedians do. They take trauma, they take hurt, they take injury, discomfort, and they turn it into laughter, and that,
it's an alchemical mix. It's a great alchemical mixture of all kind of emotional triggers and stuff that saved my life since I was a little girl. Like, I never would have survived if I didn't have jokes. And the ability to write them and go, okay, I'm going to take this premise, this context, this is good. And sometimes I would be like, you know what? All comics say this. This is horrible and hurts, but I'm going to get a good 2 minutes out of it. And that's how we do it. It's a great survival.
When you're in recovery, like, when I was out there, when I was an addict, a lot of my mind, I was thinking, oh, I already squandered all of these, wonderful gifts I was given. So what's the point? But then I found out when I came into recovery that I could take, the worst parts of my addiction, the humiliation, the defeats, and the disappointments, and the embarrassments and all that, and I could turn it into something that could help somebody else. And if somebody says to me, oh, I've been through this struggle, I can say to them, yeah, I went through that too, and there's a path out. And so it actually has this extraordinary impact of this sort of alchemy of being able to mint something very, very valuable from something that was very, very bad from the dross, to mint gold from dross,
Yes, exactly. The 12-step things, I know, but that was something that meant a lot to me too, because boy, isn't that 12 steps to rebuilding the soul of a human being?
Yeah.
Isn't it? It's like step by step.
Yeah.
First I will grow it, and then I will hold myself to account. And that's hard.
And then I'll share it.
Yeah.
And that's the key, I think, Bill Wilson, who, launched AA, which was the first 12-step program, he recognized, he had heard through Carl Jung. So he had a best friend whose name was Roland Hazard, who was a millionaire from Boston during the Depression. He was one of the richest people in the country, and he was an absolutely hopeless alcoholic. And he went to Switzerland to be treated by Dr. Jung, and he got cured, and then he left and immediately drank again. And he came back and got cured again. He immediately drank again, and he came back. And finally he said to Jung, he said, for somebody of my level of alcoholism, is there any hope? And Jung said, give it to me straight. Just give it to me straight. Hazard said this to Jung, and Jung said, no, it's hopeless. And Roland Hazard said to him, is there anybody who's ever recovered who has this level? And Jung said, yeah, but only people who have profound spiritual realignments. And Hazard shared that with Bill Wilson, and Bill Wilson began a correspondence with Jung. Bill Wilson then went into a program called the Oxford Group, which was a group that was it was a group that at the beginning of the century there was a movement called Gnosticism, which was the move back to first century Christianity, before there was any institutional church, when there was no priests, there was just people who were going into basements, sharing the message of love, of kindness, of hope for the poor. And that's how original Christianity spread before the Roman Empire took it over and turned it into an instrument of empire and control.
Right.
This was a movement to go back to that time. And Jung, or Bill Wilson, went into this group. There were 8 steps. and they were designed to induce a spiritual awakening. He had a spiritual awakening, and his compulsion for alcohol just was lifted. He had struggled with it his whole life. Miraculously, it was gone. It was like he was never an alcoholic. And he was free, and he began rebuilding his fortune and having a wonderful life. And he was a business guy from Wall Street, and he went out to, he was arranging a deal that was going to make him rich for life during the Great Depression. He was going to buy the Firestone Tire Company, and he went out to Akron, Ohio to ink the deal. And he was going to come away a millionaire. And he got out there, and the deal fell apart. And he was in Akron in the Mayflower Hotel after this whole crushing. He'd invested his whole fortune. He was penniless. He couldn't even get back to New York. And he was devastated. And for the first time, the entire compulsion came flooding back in him, and he just needed a drink. And he was sitting standing in the lobby of the Mayflower Hotel, and he was looking at the lounge or the bar, and he could hear the clinking of ice in the glass, and he could hear the laughter of the people, and it was calling him to come into that bar. And on his way to the bar, there was a telephone booth, and he suddenly had this revelation that the only way that he was going to stay sober that night is if he helped another alcoholic. Yeah. And he went into the phone booth, he went into the Yellow Pages, and he started calling the Salvation Army. He started calling preachers, ministers, hospitals, looking for a desperate alcoholic that he could go help. And he found this guy through a local preacher. He found a guy named Dr. Bob Smith, who was a well-known alcoholic, a very popular physician, but had been devastated. And he actually arranged a meeting. The people who arranged a meeting at the home of the heir to the Firestone Tire fortune. And he went into that, and Dr. Bob, who, hundreds of people had tried to cure him. He saw Bill Wilson come in, and he said, "You got 15 minutes." And they ended up staying up all night together. And that was the first AA meeting. And they both got sober, and then they realized the only way they could stay sober is if they helped somebody else. So they started going around, and then the program began, and the first meetings began in Akron. But he realized that the secret sauce of this program was that the 12 steps are intended to induce a spiritual awakening.
Yeah, because it's like based on brutal honesty with
right,
yourself.
Brutal honesty, but that you cannot live off the laurels of that awakening. You have to renew it every day, and the only way to renew it is by helping somebody else through service to others. So that's why 40 years into the program, I still go to 9 meetings a week, because that gives me the opportunity to help somebody else, and that's the only way that you keep it.
It's reminding me of basic things about Judaism, which we're taught. We're taught that everybody is born here, that this is the world of desire, and that we are desire. A human is about desire. Our body.
What do you mean desire?
Well, we desire things by being human. We desire comfort. We desire food. We desire, but that there's two kinds of desire: desire for myself alone, and desire for myself in order to share, which that's the spiritual one, and the other one makes you sick. Yeah. So that's kind of the spiritual awakening. But I work 12-step programs too for mental health. There's an anonymous programs for people who have mental health issues. And it just is all based on it's all the same thing, but that rigorous honesty. Yeah. That'll wake you up in your parts and your soul more than anything. And it's so difficult. So congratulations on your sobriety. And I can see that it runs through your campaign too, because you have a very, it's almost Gnostic. in the way I view it. You have a desire to enlighten and to lift and to help the people of this country, and
You know,
and to bring them together.
I love what you said about desire, because one of the sort of central tenets of Buddhism is the path to enlightenment, which is called nirvana. And that word means quenching the fire, putting out the fire of desire, the fire for, for pleasure, for sex, for to avoid pain, to accumulate wealth, that all of these these desires that are, I called myself, when I was active addict, I was a bundle of appetites that needed to be fed all the time.
Yeah.
That was a full-time job. And that the ultimate trajectory and objective of Buddhism is this stage of enlightenment where you're free of all desires, where it's like sitting on the side of a mountain and watching the clouds pass overhead. Some of them are dark, some of them are white, but just being still and not being compelled to respond.
Right,
Learn,
exactly.
in Isaiah says, a passage of Isaiah that had a monumental impact on me early in sobriety was, "Be still and know that I am God."
Oh yeah, I love that too.
I was like a big truck, right? When I was that is stuck in a ditch and it's smoking and the headers and the pipes are there's fire coming out and it's roaring and the wheels are spinning and it's going nowhere. And I had to fix everything. I had to, if there was pain, I had to fix it with a drug or whatever. I had to, anything. I was in constant movement. I was all activity and no progress. And what sobriety and the 12 steps has taught me is just how to be still, that I don't need to fix those, that God is in charge, and that, what other people think of me is not my business.
Right.
My business is to get up every morning and say, "Reporting for duty, sir," and then use and figure out what I'm supposed to do. Keep doing the nenext right thing, the next right thing.
That's
and
right.
That if I'm sad, it's going to pass. If I'm, all of the desires, the needs that come into me, that they pass. If I'm depressed or whatever, that those things all pass. And that if I can be still and have faith, that it's like, it's like I can put down the oars and hoist the sails, and I get propelled, by divine wind from behind.
Divine wind,
Yeah.
absolutely. Well, it's self-mastery, isn't it?
Yeah.
After a lifetime of, I can't imagine the trauma that in your family, and we all witnessed it, so you had no place to do it in private. But self-mastery at the end of it, and then rising to be a person that people look to and learn from. And you have so many important things to say, and you've said so many great things. I was happy when Trump consulted you as the health expert on vaccinations, and of course we heard that leaked conversation between you and he, which I loved, because I love when you and he are in agreement. Of course, I wanted him to pick you for vice president, but whatever.
Was that ever offered, or?
Well, he doesn't.
You know what? I can't really talk about
can't
the
talk
details.
Sorry,
You're nosier than me. I got to
I had to
keep him
ask.
in line now.
Yeah, no, it was. But
That's what I was rooting for. So
We wanted that.
you don't have to answer all this.
I wouldn't have a big interest in being vice president.
Yeah.
Because it's a post that doesn't have any power.
Yeah.
Your budget is controlled through the White House.
Well, unless you were Kamala. Unless you're Kamala.
Yeah, unless you have a very close relationship with the president.
Or you just write a letter.
But Kamala, what did she was given a portfolio to fix the border.
She's done great.
She's done a great job.
Well,
She's done a great job on the border there, hasn't she?
Well, according to
She's
Google, it never
amazing.
happened.
Well,
They're
she says
suppressing
now.
it.
Is that what Google now says?
And
If
they
she-
don't,
Such liars.
they're the
I
worst. They're the worst. That's what I got to ask you a quick question. The media has done a hit piece on you since the beginning. They've done it, most Americans that are sane and rational. How do you keep running a campaign? You're in all 50 states. You're on the ballot. You have a path to victory. I want to talk about that. But It's really hard for you. It's not just because you might steal from the Republican or Democrat, which a lot of people say. I think the issue you're running into is the media is not propelling you at all, or talking about you. You've kind of been shadow banned. I don't know if you know what that term is. Does that?
Yeah,
How do you keep going with that?
I think my biggest issue is that the mainstream media will not let me on.
Yeah.
They won't let me talk. And, you know, if you remember when Ross Perot ran, he was on every night.
Everything, yeah.
He was every night he was on, and he got 19% of the vote. And but he was on Larry King like 2 nights a week, and then he was everywhere. And in 18 months, I've had 2 interviews on mainstream media. I've had only one live interview, which is Aaron Burnett. This week, I did CBS with Major Garrett, and it was a taped interview. And as you know, they can mess around with the tape interviews. But and then I had 2 small interviews on CNN with Michael Schmerkanish. But other than that, I'm completely banned on those networks. And then I'm shadow banned on, you know, Facebook, et cetera. And so, you know, it's enabled the mainstream media to characterize me as a crazy person, as anti-vax, as, you know,
that's what they do,
as dog eating, as racist, as anti-Semitic, all this stuff they put on you unfairly. You know, you're Jewish, and you were thrown off TV for being anti-Semitic, supposedly.
Oh, racist for that one. It changes
racist,
week,
whatever.
Yeah, every week it's something else.
Yeah.
Right, and so they use those pejoratives to marginalize you and to vilify you, to demonize you, and to make people feel, oh, I don't have to listen to him. He's a crazy person.
Right.
Well, they do it to blacklist you for their other venues won't go, oh, well, they're blacklisted, so we can't have them on.
Yeah.
It's like, you know, they're all lined up in formation. And if they can do that to you, then nobody else is going to have anything to do with you either.
Yeah.
It's just, it's Stalinism. Did you ever see that movie about Stalin? It was so funny. It has all these comics in it.
The death of Stalin?
I think it was, where they were all just like...
That was a great movie.
Wasn't it great?
Fantastic.
That's how I imagine it is in the government. Would you really want to be in there?
Well, I think I'm more able to fix it than anybody alive right now, because I'm unique position. I've litigated against all these agencies. So I've sued USDA more than anybody. I've sued EPA, FDA, EPA, NIH. I've sued DOT. I've sued Department of Agriculture. You know, all of them. And I just won a big suit against the FCC for lying to the public about cell phone radiation. When you sue them, you get a PhD in corporate capture. And I know in many of these agencies, I know who the bad guys are. I know who to move. I know the perverse incentives that put agency capture on steroids. And I'm not scared of the bureaucracies. Most people, like President Trump, came in and he said, I'm going to drain the swamp. But then he brought in, Scott Gottlieb, a business partner of Pfizer, to run FDA. Gottlieb did a $100 billion favor for FDA and then went back to Pfizer. Alex Azar, a pharma lobbyist, to run HHS. A Verizon lobbyist to run FCC. A Goldman Sachs CEO to run the Treasury Department. A military contractor to run the Defense Department. A coal industry lobbyists to run EPA, and oil industry lobbyists to run Interior. So, and I understand why he did that, because those people, you have these huge bureaucracies, some of them 40, 50,000 people, and at every level of that bureaucracy, some technocrat who doesn't like what you're doing has the capacity to perform, to commit a civil disobedience that will embarrass the president, shut the lights off somewhere, shut the trash service off, put farmers out of work, shut the water off for an entire, whatever it is, they can really hurt you. So most presidents who, come in, they they bring somebody safe with them, somebody from the industry that's regulated, who can keep everything in line. But it's the opposite of draining the swamp. Putting John Bolton as the head of NSA is not going to end the military-industrial complex. He is the military-industrial complex. Oh, I wouldn't do that. I know how. I'm not intimidated by the bureaucracies. I know how to fix them. They're going to be very intimidated by me. I know how to fix the CIA. I know
how would you fix the CIA? I mean,
I would do exactly what my dad was going to do, which is to separate the espionage division from the clandestine services. They should be two separate agencies, so that they can. So espionage is not tied into all of these things. So there's accounting done. You account for the blowback. You know, the CIA right now, they kill out terrorists in Afghanistan with a drone strike, and they say that's a success story. Well, he's got 12 brothers.
Right.
So now they're going to come after us. And is that really a success story? Is it a success story to get rid of Saddam Hussein? The CIA will tell you that was a huge success. Well, what happened? Iraq is worse off than we found it. We killed more Iraqis than Saddam Hussein. We pushed Iraq into a proxy posture with Iran, which was exactly the foreign policy outcome we've been trying to avoid for 2 decades.
Right.
We created ISIS. We drove 4 million refugees up into Europe and destabilized every democracy in Europe and created Brexit. We created BRICS, which is now about to take the dollar away from us as the global reserve currency, which is going to be trillions of dollars in wealth extraction by other nations from the United States, right. Total the middle class. That's what we got for overthrowing Saddam Hussein. But the CIA still regards that as one of its greatest success stories. And nobody is counting the cost of blowback.
No, they never do.
Right.
They never, and when they do calculate the cost, they never include the cost of human lives or communities in it. Of
course not.
Just the cents.
Yeah. So, I mean, they did the same thing. Guatemala, they overthrew Jacobo Arbenz in 1953, and Guatemala has never recovered. We are still getting refugees at the border because of what we did there in 53. We destroyed the first democracy in the 4,000-year history of Iran in 1954 when we overthrew Mohammad Mossadegh, and we're still paying the prices today of that coup d'etat with our relationships with Iran. We should be best friends with Iran. The Iranian people are just like the American people, more than anybody in the region except for Israel.
Right.
We should be best friends with them. And instead, and we were during a lot of the Cold War.
That's really why I got fired. That was really what my tweet was about. Well, I had gone to Israel, and it was all everything. And we were in Israel, and our phones rang, and it was pretty staggering. We were on a, what do you call it, where you go?
Conference call?
No, we were on our mission to go to the holy sites. I can't remember the word for it. But
like a pilgrimage.
Yeah, sort of. Yeah, that. And our phones rang, our cell phones, and it was people in Iran. And they were like, hi. And we're like, we didn't think to say, how'd you get our numbers? We were staggered. They go, this is such and such from Iran. They spoke English, and some spoke Hebrew too. And there were 4 of us that got the calls, and they said, we just want you to know we love the Jewish people. We have no problem with Israel. Our problem is with we just want you to know that we love you. We send you love, and our problem is here, not with you. And we don't, what they're saying about both of us, let's not let this go. And so I started talking with them and with journalists in Iran about the Iran deal of the Obama administration. And that's what I was tweeting about for 3 months, about the effect of the Iran deal on Iranian women. That's who I was speaking with. And so, my tweet was, they monitored it and found the one thing that they could use to call me a racist. But It was about how, they destroyed all, like they're doing here now. They destroyed all the middle class women business owners there. It's by the book, the destruction of a country, and then they put in extremists with no women's rights at the top, So they destroyed those women, and they did it in Egypt too. And now they're doing it here. It's the same assault on women as a class and middle and working class people for a elitist group of oligarchs, and everybody's their serf. And that's why I referenced the movie I referenced, because they were coming to throw any woman who could read, write, had a college education, her business was taken away. I mean, Americans don't even know it. But anyway, I just love them. I love those people in Iran, and one thing you might be interested in is that in Iran and China, people are converting to Christianity like it's a pandemic. It's just amazing numbers. And that's why those places are changing. They're having a spiritual awakening too, of self-accountability. That's kind of what's going on all over the planet.
There's a genocide against Christians across the entire Mideast.
Yeah.
I mean, literally millions of Christians have been eliminated from those countries.
And Africa too.
Yeah, Nigeria, I think 50,000 have been killed in the last couple of years.
Well, they represent a significant threat because they are thinkers and they've had a spiritual awakening. So sometimes I feel like anybody who's a believer or has deep spiritual, like you said about your anger will cause anger in the world, that kind of thinking, they don't like that. The people at the top who just want to control and whatever they're doing. Yeah. Maybe they're not even thinking about it. Maybe they're just so out of control, they don't see where it heads. Maybe they're just so selfish and self-consumed, they don't even see, but I don't know.
It's but like I do know. Collective ego.
Huh?
It's like the collective ego. It's, the ego is kind of it's self-will run riot. It's, it's the source of all this strife and anger and war and everything else.
Do you think those are vestigial things that might be passing from the human?
I don't think so. I don't think so at all. I mean, I don't. I think every generation has to struggle with them, and that technology amplifies, the capacity for ego domination to dominate all of society. And, I think that technology has an incredible promise, like AI and blockchain, to make government more transparent, to make it more the servant of the best impulses of our society, to democratize us, the same way that the internet would. But the internet promised it was going to democratize information. And what did it do? It became a tool for totalitarian control.
Yeah.
And AI has an even more frightening potential to completely control us, to warp our perception of reality, to distort it in ways that are highly manipulated, and to control every aspect of human behavior, all of our interactions, what we do inside and outside of the home. And I mean, they're already harvesting our information. We have Siri and Alexis in our home. They're not working for you. They're working for Bill Gates, who's,
right.
Every time you cough, every time you sneeze, every time you say something to your wife about, this mattress is a little bumpy, I need a new one. Then you get 6 mattress ads in the morning. Have
you ever tried swearing at Siri? No, it's Alexis that you swear at, right?
Oh, what happens?
She gets all offended. It's pretty amazing.
How did you discover that, Roseanne?
Because I just tried it. Because I go, hey, you know what I think of you? You're a so-and-so and so-and-so. She goes,
I mean, was it at a time when you were angry at her?
no, I was trying to spy. I was being a spy on all the spying. So I go, hey, you're this and that. And she goes, that is offensive. Or I can't remember what she said. But anyway, I want to.
You stopped her from talking
We
about
have
that.
to wrap up. I got that.
I know, we are
'Cause
wrapping up.
I wanted to hear more about
Well, and
that.
change your
I'll tell you
flight
off
and
air.
stay. We would love you. I can
No,
have you here all day.
she said that's very offensive, and she said something like, I wish you wouldn't feel the need to swear at me like that, Roseanne Barr at so and so. I don't know.
Did you use your first and
No,
last?
I added
Social
that.
Security.
So I wanted to give you the floor and I ask everybody, give us your most, because I'm hopeful, because I think when the dirt's right out in the open, it's good because you can't sweep it under the carpet anymore. You got to sweep it out the door when you see it. So I think it's good that all this stuff's being exposed. I feel hopeful that we'll see it and then choose not to keep it in our house anymore. So I ask everybody to end our interview, which was just delightful, and you're a wonderful person. Would you leave us with a hopeful, your hopeful thoughts for our country and the world?
Yeah, and I agree with you that, the way you get rid of cockroaches with sunlight, they're not going to come out, and that, we need transparency and we need democracy. Listen, I think it's a division in this country that's being used to make sure that the control stays in the hands of this corporate elite. They use division, they use fear, they use tribalism, they use all these alchemies of demagoguery, these mechanisms for control to keep us at each other's throats so that we don't see what they're doing. And my whole campaign is about ending the division. I never say bad things about President Trump. I criticize him on his policies, but I'm not disrespectful to him. I always call him President Trump. I say the same thing about President Biden, Vice President Harris. I promised on day one, 18 months ago, that I wasn't going to feed into the division, the marginalization, the vilification, the demonization, the dehumanization of my opponents, that we're all Americans.
Right,
and
that's
there's
true.
no such thing as Republican children and Democratic children. And that I was going to focus my campaign not on these little culture war issues that are used to keep us at each other's throats and disable our capacity for democratic governance and participation, but to focus on the values that we all have in common. And what I've found is that Americans are in agreement on 90% of the issues.
Yeah,
we
right.
all want to take care of the veterans. We all want to restore us to the best education system in the country. Everybody wants to take care of the environment. If you talk about air, water, wildlife, fisheries, public lands, the Purple Mountains majesty, everybody wants it. If the only thing you're going to talk about is carbon, you're going to lose people. You're going to have people at each other's throats. But when we did when we were working against to clean up the water, the lead from the water in Flint, Michigan, we had Hell's Angels standing shoulder to shoulder with urban blacks. Everybody wants a clean environment.
Right, of course.
Right? Everybody wants that. Everybody wants to end the corrupt merger of state and corporate power. Everybody wants to end the war machine. We want to bring that money home and rebuild our industrial base. We want dignity for everybody, black, white. We all want that. And so much of what the political parties are doing is sowing the division of turning blacks against whites, of turning us against each other in so many
I
different
think
ways.
it's just fundraising. They're using everything as a tool for fundraising.
Oh, I know. The fundraising stuff that I get in the mail is so outrageous.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And a lot of times it's addressed against me. They'll say, "Dear Robert Kennedy is a menace to our society. Send us money so we can stop him." And I'm like, I'm not gonna. But That's where I draw the line. Oh, but we have the capacity to, listen. We have the worst problems of any country in the world. We have the worst chronic disease epidemic. 60% of our kids now have chronic disease. When my uncle was president, 6%. But we also have the best integrative medicine doctors in the world. We have the best functional medicine doctors, the naturopaths, all the extraordinary chiropractors. And we have the worst agricultural policies, the most poisonous food. But we also have the greatest farmers in the world who are doing regenerative agriculture. We're cutting edge on that. Nobody's doing what we're doing here.
I know that.
We have the worst business practice in the world, but we have the greatest entrepreneurs in the world in this country, right? And so if we give our country a chance, we're generating plenty of wealth. We have this huge budget deficit, but we can get rid of it by reinvesting, not by cutting spending, because you can't just cut your way out of that deficit. You have to grow your way out of it. But we have to realign the spending so it's growing GDP. We can do that. We just need leadership in the White House who understands this and who understands the potential of AI and blockchain. We need to bring those technologies home, make ourselves the hub, bring all that entrepreneurial energy, that innovation, and the capital investment here in the United States, and make us the fulcrum, the hub of it. And we can restore the America that I grew up with and owned half the wealth on the face of the earth. That was a moral authority around the globe. That was not a war machine, but was instead a mechanism for peace. And, I know how to do it. I grew up in that era. I watched my father, my uncle do it. I've thought about it my entire life. I've litigated against the companies and against the regulatory agencies that are causing the problem, and I know how to fix it.
Where can people go to donate to your campaign or find out more?
People should go to Kennedy24.com. People tell you we're not going to be on the ballots. We already have enough signatures to get on the ballots in every state. And the only reason we're not on them is because the state laws won't let them certify us till the end of August. But by that time, we'll be everywhere.
You'll be in all 50 states.
Well, we want the restoration and the redemption and the renewal of our country. And, we pray for it every day. I do.
Me too.
I love you. Thank you so much for being here. It was a great time.
So you see, my patience is growing thin. With this synthetic world we're living in.
So Robert F. Kennedy Jr. joins us. We really appreciate your time. Just coming off of Albany, where you were testifying in the trial up there, I didn't want to start there. The importance of this for you. Why was this a priority for you to go and speak and to let your voice be heard and to see what this verdict is going to be at this point?
Well, I was the key witness, I would say, at the trial. So it turned out to be a 4-day trial. It was in Supreme Court, in Albany State Supreme Court. And the issue is and let me go back. After Ross Perot ran, the Democratic Party and the Republican Party wanted to make sure that an independent could never run again. So they made signature thresholds almost insurmountable. And New York has some of the toughest signature thresholds. You need to get 45,000 signatures or 47,000 signatures in 45 days. We ended up getting 150,000 signatures. So we had more than enough to get on the ballot. And the Democratic Party, the DNC, is trying to keep me off the ballot in all 50 states. We now have enough signatures to get on the ballot in every state, something that we were told could never happen. We've collected over 1 million signatures, more than any presidential campaign in history. There's 1 million people, including 150,000 in New York, that have signed a petition asking that I be on the ballot. The DNC is trying to keep me off the ballot, and they're doing that now by saying I'm not really from New York State. I've lived in New York State since I was 10 years old, since 1964. My father ran for Senate that year. He was also, ironically, also called a carpetbagger. In other words, that he didn't really live in New York State. So 60 years later now, I'm running and I'm being told I don't live in New York State. My driver's license here, I vote in this state. My car is registered here. My law license is in this state, not California. My law office is in this state. I pay income tax in this state. Most importantly, you have to put the same domicile on every state in the country, so on all 50 states. And some of those states say your domicile has to be the place where you vote. I've never voted any place else than New York. I received legal advice. I had to name New York as the state, and we have the best ballot access attorney in the country, and he said this is the only way to do it. So, I'm being accused of deceiving people about my domicile, but I took legal advice, and I was told you're going to be sued whether you claim Massachusetts where you have a house, California where you have a house, or New York where you have a house, and the only place legally that you can claim is New York.
I believe your team had one of their main defenses that your intention to return after being in California. Why do you think that can hold up and that can factor into this verdict?
That's one of the key indicia of where you live. If you have multiple houses, the domicile is where do you intend to return to, even after a very prolonged outside stay. And I've lived outside of New York many, many times, but I've always claimed New York as my domicile because I always intend to return here. And I've had an agreement with my wife since we got married. I moved to California because she could not move. And when her acting career is done, she would come back with me to New York, and that she would do Broadway or whatever. But that we would move back into the town of Bedford. I've lived in Bedford, in that town, for 40 years. I've had 13 different residents in that town. Some of them rental, some of them that I've owned. But that's where I want to be.
Are you concerned at all about a precedent that could be sent here depending on this verdict, depending on the other states, like you mentioned that?
Well, yeah, I mean, I listed New York in every state ballot, so if we lost this, we could technically be, challenged in every other state. We're going to win this, but it may take us an appellate decision because, sometimes, I think one of the issues that has been revealed recently is how politicized the courts are in New York. And so, but we're very confident that we win this on appeal and that we win it in a federal, we're filing a federal lawsuit this week, which I think will preempt this whole issue.
One of the things that came out of this, some of the witness testimony, I thought was interesting is one of the witnesses talked about you and the relationship they had with you, and they said that you had changed in some ways, and some of the things you had said and kind of changed the relationship you had. Do you think you've changed over the past few decades, years, and those relationships have changed accordingly?
No, I mean, those were people who were my original landlords, who were friends of mine, and who were distressed that I left the Democratic Party. But I don't feel like I changed. I feel like the Democratic Party has changed, that the Democratic Party, if you went down a list and checked a box for all of the issues and all of the priorities that my father believed in, that my uncle believed in, I would check every box. I grew up in the Democratic Party that was a champion of civil rights. It was a champion of voting rights. It wasn't trying to suppress voting rights. It was trying to protect freedom of speech and not suppress it. It was pro-life and bodily autonomy. It was against war. It was it represented the American middle class and working people, cops, firefighters. Today's Democratic Party is more aligned with Wall Street and with big tech, and has kind of turned its back on the American middle class. And you know, it was for public health. We were the champions of public health, and today we have the sickest population in the world. When I was a kid, 6% of Americans had chronic disease. Today, 60% do. And you know, nobody in either party is asking the question of where are all these illnesses coming from?
You mentioned the party changing over the course of the years and your views aligning with your uncle and father, but some members of your family have endorsed Joe Biden or Kamala Harris at this point. I guess how do you explain, like where in the family, I guess, would you explain that, and how did that make you feel at that point?
Well, you know, my family is pretty solidly ensconced in the DNC. So I think when I left the Democratic Party, that first of all, a lot of my family members worked for the Biden administration, and those, or they have arrangements with them as NGOs. And those were the family members that were most, I think, vociferous in opposing me. I have a lot of family members who are working for my campaign, who are very supportive of me. But I come from a family that, you know, where we were raised, we were to debate each other, to differ with each other on different issues without hating each other. I love my family. I feel loved by them. And I understand, you know, we had a 40-year friendship with Joe Biden. Joe Biden has a statue or a bust of my father behind him at the Oval Office. So, you know, I understand why some of my family were troubled with the decisions that I made to oppose somebody who's been a friend for many years.
The America Strong platform that you've released over the course of the past few weeks, a lot of the bullet points on their focus on the prosecution of public political figures. Why is that a priority?
Well, you know, the America Strong platform is about bringing Americans back together. We are always stronger as a nation when we are together, and we now have the greatest polarization and division in our country than any time probably since the American Civil War. And it's dividing our country, and it's making us that, you know, we have these tremendous problems, a $34 trillion debt. We have the chronic disease where we become addicted to war. We have the first generation in history that can't afford homes. That is going to live worse than their parents. We have food that is filled with 1,000 ingredients that are illegal in Europe because they're so dangerous and bad for health. All of these are solvable issues, but we can't solve them when we're hating on each other. So what I said at the beginning of my campaign is that I'm going to avoid the marginalization, the division, the name calling, the vilification of my opponents. I'm going to challenge them on issues with which I differ. But I'm not going to be calling them names, and I'm not going to be prosecuting them politically, and I'm not going to be silencing them, but, you know, engaging in congenial, respectful debate, and then identifying the issues, the values that bring Americans together that we all share in common, rather than focusing on the culture war issues that are used to keep us all apart.
One of the tenets of that platform that you're on, the America Strong, was to be able to pardon, or actually wanting to do that. Would you pardon Donald Trump, who has some cases against him right now?
Well, what I said is I'll pardon anybody from either political party or their family members if I conclude after investigation that the prosecution was political. So I couldn't make that call now. I would appoint a group of people who would, you know, who are respected, nonpartisan people, lawyers and judges, who would look at those prosecutions and say, if this was politically motivated, we're going, and it's not just them, it would be Edward Snowden, it would be Julian Assange to give him a real part, and it would be, you know, people like Ross Ulbricht and others who suffered political prosecution, which I don't believe in. My father said, a week after he took control of the Justice Department, he called all the division heads and the branch heads into his office, and he said, we never ask whether somebody, a defendant, a potential defendant, is Republican or Democrat. We need to persuade the American public that justice is actually blind, that there are no political motivations in this department, and that's important because Americans need to believe in their institutions. I mean, right now, I would say that, I'm now, the Democratic Party is using the courts now to politicize them, to get me off the ballot, a ballot where 1 million Americans have said they want to see my name. And that's not the Democratic Party I grew up with. That Democratic Party was fighting for voting rights, not fighting to deprive people of their votes. And I don't think the courts should be, I was not given Secret Service protection for 18 months. That's part of the politicization, the widespread politicization that we've seen of our enforcement agencies. I've just won a lawsuit against the Biden White House for using the FBI, the CIA, for CISA, the DHS, to censor me and to censor other political opponents because we differed with the White House on policy reasons. That's very un-American. It's against the First Amendment. The judge in my case, Judge Doty, called it the worst case of censorship in American history. And those, again, are enforcement agencies that are weaponized to silence political opponents. That's not what we do in our country.
You talk a lot, of course, about the Democratic Party and weaponizing the justice system, if you will. I know you had the phone conversation that was leaked with Donald Trump a few weeks ago, kind of vetted that out, but there was also a recent report that there was conversations about being in his cabinet. Is there anything justified to that, and would you consider that role?
No,
that's part of the Republican Party at the end.
Yeah, no, I am in this campaign to win it, and I'm going to go to the end.
So if Donald Trump offered you, if for some reason he would win the election, would that be something you would consider?
No.
Okay. You have differing views on foreign policy depending on what's going on overseas. Ukraine, Russia war, you have Israel, Hamas. Why, when it comes to Ukraine, you aren't as forthright in defending their battle against Russia as Israel is defending their right to battle against Hamas?
They're two different wars. I believe, I think all wars are bad, and I sympathize with the people. It's heartbreaking, the suffering in Ukraine, the suffering in Gaza. But there are wars of choice, and those are immoral wars, and then there are defensive wars. Israel was attacked. Israel is now in an existential battle for its own survival. It's in a 5-front war by proxies of Iran, which has vowed to its annihilation, to the extermination of Jews in Israel, as was Hamas. It was attacked brutally. People, citizens, children, women, were raped, were cooked in ovens, were burned, and mutilated. And Israel has a right to defend itself like every other nation. With Ukraine,
just to follow up on Israel, I mean, you do look at their response, and there's the reports are 40,000 in Gaza have been killed, and most of those have been civilians since then.
So, but that's Hamas's fault. It's not Israel's fault. Israel is trying to get its hostages back. It has a right to do that. It has an obligation to do that. And Hamas is making a decision to use civilian shields to maximize civilian casualties in order to get the world to stop Israel. But any other nation in the world that cared about its people would say, we're going to give the hostages back and give up. Oh, I don't think you can blame Israel for that. That is feeding into Hamas's agenda, their strategy, their propaganda. If a bank robber goes into a bank and takes a bunch of hostages, and then, the police, in trying to free those hostages, police bullets kill some of them, you don't blame the police. It's the fault of the bank robber. And, Israel has a right to go in like we would, like any other nation in the world would, to find the people who declared war on it, who conducted those barbarous acts and crimes against them, and to make sure that to protect their population that it doesn't happen again.
Do you think it's working, what they're trying right now? To get
Well,
those hostages back?
Is it working? I mean, I think that it's not the best strategy. It's not. I mean, I think it's the only thing that Israel has. How else are you going to do it? If Hamas won't negotiate, Hamas knows that if once it gives those hostages back, that it has nothing left. It has no power, and so it's going to do everything it can to hold on to the hostages. But Israel has a right under Article 5 of the United States Convention to get the hostages back and to make sure. Listen, if Mexico elected a government that said, we're going to take back Texas, and they started firing missiles onto San Antonio, which Hamas for 16 years fired 30,000 missiles onto civilian populations in Israel. What country in the world would put up with that? And then if Mexico sent marauders across the border to butcher American citizens, how long would it take us to go in there and stop them, to catch every one of them, no matter what the cost? People die in wars. When we tried to denazify Germany, we killed 2 million German civilians, 2 million, to get the people who had declared war on civilization. So I don't think that Israel was the one that was attacked now. It's doing what any nation would do if it were attacked in that way. It would go and find the people who did it. And of course, Israel's not looking to kill civilians in Gaza. It doesn't want to do that. It knows it's strategically bad. Israel's a humane nation. It doesn't want to do that. But Hamas is using, putting its armories, its command centers, its weapons caches in civilian homes, in playgrounds, in schools, in hospitals. It's doing everything it can to maximize civilian casualties. It's a very different situation in Ukraine.
Yeah, that's what I want to get to next.
Yeah.
You mentioned Nazi Germany. I think people look at Putin and think we want to make sure we don't let what happened with Hitler happen here and continue to, take these countries and grow their influence over there.
Yeah,
What's the difference between those two things?
There's zero evidence that Vladimir Putin wants to take over any part of Europe. In his entire history, there is no evidence of that.
Then what is he doing in Ukraine?
He's in Ukraine because he warned us that he was going to go in Ukraine if we put NATO into Ukraine. And the Russians, not just Putin, the Russian leadership have been warning us that since 1992, when we promised we would never do that. In fact, we promised at that time, James Baker, and this is very well documented, John Major, President Bush, all said that if Gorbachev withdrew from Germany, from East Germany, and allowed us to unite both Germanys under NATO, so he was moving out 450,000 of his own troops, doing something that was very much against his interests. And he said, the one thing I want to guarantee is that if I do this and we liberate all the nations, the satellite nations of the Soviet Union, will you guarantee that you won't move NATO troops into those countries and threaten our security? And James Baker famously said to him, we will not move NATO 1 inch to the east. Now we've moved it 1,000 miles to the east, 14 countries. We put nuclear-ready weapons, Aegis missile systems in Romania and Poland, 12 minutes from Moscow, so we could decapitate the entire Soviet leadership in 12 minutes. And we walked away from the 2 nuclear weapons treaties unilaterally. We had 2 intermediate nuclear weapons treaties with Russia, and we unilaterally walked away from both. So we're sending a message to Russia: you are the enemy, we are surrounding you, and we're going to put NATO everywhere. Russia has always said, this, what you're doing is wrong. It is hurting our national security, it's hurting our sovereignty, but the one thing you should never do is to go into Ukraine, because if you go into Ukraine, we got to get you out. And they have good reason for that. Russia's been invaded 3 times through Ukraine. The last time they were invaded in World War II, 1 out of every 7 Russians died. Russia's principal port for 340 years has been in Crimea, Vladivostok. And for us to go in now, we deposed a government in 2014. We overthrew a government, the CIA and USAID, a duly elected government that was neutral. We installed a government that was pro-Western, And of course, Russia is now worried that we're going to put the U.S. fleet in Vladivostok and put Aegis missile systems in Ukraine 4 minutes from Moscow. We wouldn't allow that. When the Russians tried to do that in Cuba, we were going to go. I was, a kid then, and I remember very well. My uncle was going to have to invade Cuba, and they took them out. And we made an agreement then that we would remove our nuclear weapons for our Jupiter missiles from Turkey. We've kept that agreement for years. Now we're violating it. Now we're going in and surrounding Russia with missiles we wouldn't tolerate here. So this comic book depiction that we're being told and picked up by the media and that is absolutely creditless toward every government pronouncement that Putin is Hitler and that he's going to take over the world. This is nonsense. There is no evidence of that. Putin has never, listen, we have 800 bases abroad. The Russians have 1. There's no indication that they're trying to start an empire. There's a very strong indication.
There's been accounts of human rights violations. There's been people in those streets protesting against him. I guess my thought is why
there's human rights violations on both sides. You think there's a free press under Zelensky and Ukraine? Ukraine is probably the least democratic and most corrupt, and it's known as the most corrupt government in our Ukrainian government, the most corrupt government in Europe.
Why is it an issue for the United States to try and grow Western influence in that part of the world then? As you mentioned, the Western influence, as you mentioned, in Ukraine.
We have no strategic interest in Ukraine. The Russians have a tremendous strategic interest in Ukraine. Why are we there? Lindsey Graham said, why are we there the other day? He said, because there's rare earth minerals and there's trillions of dollars of lithium in Crimea, and we cannot, and gas, natural gas, we cannot let the Russians get a hold of that. Well, that's not about protecting the sovereignty of Ukraine. When President Biden was asked, why are we in Ukraine, in April of 2022, he said, because to do regime change for Vladimir Putin. That's not to protect the Ukrainian people. And Lloyd Austin, that same month, said that we're there, when he was asked, he said, we're there to degrade the Russian army and exhaust its capacity to operate anywhere else in the world. So it's a proxy war between us and Russia, and we are killing Ukrainian kids. The Russians gave us a very, very good peace agreement in April of 2022, that all they wanted was our guarantee of neutrality in Ukraine, that we would never put NATO in there. And what happened? President Zelensky signed it. Naftali Bennett, the Israeli Prime Minister, and Erdogan, who's the Turkish Prime Minister, refereed the agreement. Putin initialed it, Zelensky initialed it, and Putin began withdrawing his troops in April of 2022 from Kiev and from Donbass and Lugansk. What happened? President Biden sent Boris Johnson over to Kiev and forced Zelensky to tear up that agreement. So, we could have avoided, and since then, 600,000 Ukrainian kids and probably 100,000 Russian kids have died, and none of them should have died. My son went over there and fought in the Kharkiv offensive, and, and none of these kids should die. And they all died unnecessarily. We should never have had that war.
We're running up against the clock here, so I just have a couple more questions before we go. I wanted to ask you, of course, you have political platforms here, as a part of your campaign, but also you look at someone else, some other stuff that's out there. Project 2025 has gotten a lot of talk. Do you think it's substantial? Do you think it's something people should be concerned about? And how do your policies be different from that? Are there things you align with in there?
Well, that's a long subject because I think it's a 900-page document. But it's basically the same kind of document that I've been fighting since 2002. In 2001, when President Bush came in and I wrote a book about it, the same organization, the Heritage Foundation, created the initial document from him, which was called Mandate for Leadership.
They've been around a lot longer than people think, I guess.
And it was the same thing. And of course, it's filled with terrible, terrible things. So, I do everything in my power to make sure most of that stuff doesn't happen.
What would, I guess, yours look like, I guess, at the end? If you wanted to create a document, or if you have one out there, I guess what would be some of the things that you...
Well, no, number one, we need to control the debt. We need to get our kids into houses so that they can actually, so that every kid who works hard, who plays by the rules, can afford a house. We need to end our addiction to foreign wars. We need to cut our military budget in half and protect our shoreline, protect our homeland. But most of our military budget is not about national defense. It's about international domination, and that's not a good use. It's not helped us. It's actually made us more isolated in the world and bankrupted us. I'm going to end the chronic disease epidemic. When my uncle was president, 6% of Americans had chronic disease. Today, 60% do. We're the sickest country in the world. We pay more for health care per capita than any country in the world, and we have the worst health outcomes. We're behind Cuba, Mongolia, Nicaragua in our health outcomes, and it's because of our chronic disease. We had the highest death rate in COVID. We had 16% of the COVID deaths. We only had 4% of the world's population, and that's because we have higher chronic disease than any place in the world. And the people who died from COVID, according to CDC, the Americans who died 3.8, had on average 3.8 chronic disease. So they had asthma, obesity, diabetes, and something else. And I'm going to end the chronic disease epidemic. And that now is our biggest expense, is $4.3 trillion a year. And this is part of the process of balancing our budget so that we don't, that is an existential threat to our country. There's other existential threats, AI, that nobody's talking about. AI can either serve the public interest, make government transparent, a servant of the people, or it can be used by government to exert totalitarian controls and turn us all into slaves. And we need a president who's thinking about how to keep AI in this country, how to keep blockchain in this country, and make it work for our democracy, our republic, and for the American people.
You've spoken, I guess, a few times about skeletons in your closet. I think you posted about that today on X, if you will. You started your campaign with that. I'm wondering, of course, you've had the roadkill, the conversation with the bear. You've had other things come up. Why are your skeletons different than anybody else's at the end? Where you can talk about them
when I said that, when I declared, I told the truth, which is that I have not been sitting around thinking I'm going to run for president of the United States. I've lived a very, I would say, vivid life, and I'm not, I wouldn't run for Pope. Let me put it that way. But I'm running because I want to I want to solve issues that I believe are existential. I believe our country's going off the rails, and that I have a very clear vision of what our country should look like. I know how government works. I've sued all the regulatory agencies. And I know how to unravel the corporate capture that is at the very heart of this corrupt merger of state and corporate power that is destroying everything that we value in our country. So I have, I believe, the skill set and the knowledge set to actually fix the problem. But, of course, the press, I'm threatening trillion-dollar interests. I'm threatening, the pharmaceutical industry's hold on public health. I'm threatening the military-industrial complex, the banking industry, all the major industries in this country, and these big bureaucracies. So, of course, people are going to be, the Democratic Party apparently is spending $100 million looking for things in my past. I knew this was going to happen because I am threatening those industries. And they're going to be able to find lots of colorful events in my past and try to make those the subjects of this election.
Do you think those are distracting?
Of course they're a distraction. Of course they're deliberately used as a distraction. But I'm as honest as I can be about my past. I'm not going to deny stuff. I'm going to just say that's who I am. But that's not what I want to talk about. I want to talk about the things that I'm going to do for this country and my record as an advocate for 50 years as an environmental advocate, as an advocate for human rights, for civil rights, for bodily autonomy, all the things that I fought for and for children. and all those things. And, those are the things that I want to bring to the White House.
Mr. Kennedy, we really appreciate your time. Thank you.
Tom, thanks for having me.
All right?
Yeah,
Good.
perfect. Thanks, man.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, you too. I've come here today to declare our independence from the tyranny of corruption, which robs us of affordable lives, our hope, our patriotism, our ideals, our freedoms, and ultimately our sense of ourselves as a good and capable people. Is healing our divided nation possible? Let's go take back our country. I'm Robert F. Kennedy Jr., and I approve this message. My job is to tell people the truth, and if Americans have an appetite for that I will be president.
This is a time to bring America back together. We have been torn apart.
The reason people were having fights with their family is because the families were being lied to about information. Some family members believe the lies, some did not.
We are absolutely up against a major media wall.
And that causes the polarization, and it amplifies the vitriol. It poisons all of society when the government is lying, when the media is lying to you.
It's really hard to tell how many people are awake and how much this is exposed to the average American, because we're living in a sea of propaganda and censorship.
The people standing here today do not identify with any political party. We identify with unity, with health, with freedom. That's what's important about today.
My mission over the next 18 months of this campaign, throughout my presidency, will be to end the corrupt merger of state and corporate power that is threatening now to poison our children and our people with chemicals and pharmaceutical drugs, to strip mine our assets, to hollow out the middle class, and keep us in a constant state of war. When we destroy a species, when we destroy a special place, we're diminishing our capacity to sense the divine. We deserve a president in this country who cares about these things and who talks about these things to the American people. My father, when he came back one time from the Delta, he said, when you get older, I want you to help those people. And when I'm president, I'm going to be president for those people. You give me a piece of ground and a sword, and I am going to take back this country with your help, the help of all the homeless Republicans and Democrats and independents who are Americans first. We're going to do a mass experiment, a new kind of mass experiment of what happens when you tell people the truth, and see what happens.
I feel like the whole country needs to know what's going on here. It's bigger than alarming.
This is the worst I've ever seen it.
I witnessed this dystopian nightmare of this uncontrolled flow of desperate humanity crossing the border and converging here because of misbegotten policies by high leadership of the United States.
When President Biden took office, he signed some executive orders that basically halted all wall construction. It put our agents at risk, it put the migrants at risk, it incentivized the profit making for the smugglers.
At the end of the day, this is a business. Billions and billions of dollars every month are earned from transporting people across into the United States.
These kids are being exploited all along this track. There's nothing humane about any of this.
In this room, obviously, we designed it to be as comfortable as we can possibly make it, because the reality is no child should ever have to come to this exam room.
Señora y mi hija están conmigo, pero mi hija de 18 años, no sé dónde está.
We see a lot of violence as people are making across the border through Mexico or their countries. We see that devastation in the human lives.
What happens if the family doesn't have the money to buy the plane ticket?
Well, FEMA reimburses us. We can buy that ticket and
So you buy the ticket for them?
Yes.
They were told they'd get a bite at the American dream here, and that dream becomes a nightmare along the journey.
Thank you.
5, 4, 3, 2. Oh, am I off? Go.
Hello, and welcome to today's discussion about AI.
Today, we'll be discussing how AI is changing the world today and how it will shape our future, and what role the government can and should play in steering the course of this incredibly powerful technology going forwards. My name's Ian Carroll. I'm just a regular guy who likes to ask questions, listen to perspectives from all sides. We'll be joined shortly by Robert Kennedy Jr., an independent presidential candidate. We're joined by Nicole Shanahan, independent vice presidential candidate. Today on our panel as well is Paul Buchheit. He was the 23rd employee at Google. He is the original creator of Gmail, an advisor to multiple AI startups, and he is credited with first bringing the phrase, "Don't be evil," to Google. Also joining us today is Creon Levitt. First started studying AI in 1979 when he read Minsky's book Perceptrons in high school, and he first realized it had been misunderstood. He continued studying throughout the AI winter of the 1980s when almost no one else was, and he spent 32 years at NASA as an applied physicist and then 8 years as director of R&D at Planet Labs. For the last year and a half, he's been tech lead for AI at Planet Labs. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. And to start our conversation off today, I would love to go to you, Nicole, asking about the government's role in our daily lives and how AI is now in all of our phones and all of our devices, monitoring what we do, what content is posted to our social media apps, and the fine line between protecting us from illegal content and, that which might be worth taking off the internet versus censoring opinions, censoring speech, as we have seen in the UK, as we've seen over the last several years in our own country here in the United States. Nicole, what's your opinion about the government's role in regulating AI and using AI to regulate people in social media?
Yeah, thanks, Ian. And thanks everyone who's joining. I bet people are still getting on right now. And Bobby will be joining us. He's wrapping up an interview. He'll be with us shortly. So I oftentimes say that the United States is best situated to deal with possible risks of AI because we have the Constitution. And it's amazing that our founding fathers almost anticipated something like this would happen. Some overwhelming power, the evolution of the reach of the government. And they anticipated that the people of this country would need a founding document to ensure that they had the tools and rights to defend themselves against the government. And so when we think about AI's reach, it is enormous. It's nearly unlimited. I was just reading about the AI Act of Europe, their most recent update around prohibitive applications. And I would say that we already have AI in that territory defined as prohibitive applications. And the US government has access to some of these already. Some of these include using AI to manipulate the public, using AI to get people to act in certain ways. And that is expressly in Article 5 of the AI Act of Europe, states that these are entirely prohibited from being used. So in the United States today, we don't have anything specific around AI regulation. Typically what happens is that Brussels will pass an act like the GDPR, the General Data Protection Regulation, which passed many years ago, and California adopted it. And at the time, it was viewed that the GDPR was one of the most strict privacy laws protecting individual privacy. So that right to be forgotten, that came from the GDPR. We are looking now at the AI Act of Europe and thinking, many of us in the legal field thinking, well, it seems like if the trend continues, California may adopt a similar AI Act such as this, in which we would have additional protections. Usually these protections are targeted at private corporations, but you would think that they would apply to government use of AI. And when you think about where the government is today and how they're accessing data, we have now 10 good years of evidence of social media collecting our data and packaging it and making it available for sale in a multitude of ways. We're aware of certain contracts between these large tech companies and the government to access our data. There's backdoors to almost every one of our cell phones. The recent Foreign Intelligence Act doesn't require a warrant, and the warrant amendment was not passed by Congress, which was a huge blow. And so I think as we think about where we need to be focusing our efforts right now is putting the Constitution first, because it is the one document we have at our disposal to really ensure that individual liberties are protected as we wait for the next round of regulation.
Really well said. And I think a lot of what you're saying kind of speaks to the fact that AI is new and human rights are old, and we're still figuring out how to merge these two worlds of the new and the old without losing what's so essential to being an American. And Paul, I know that you don't still work at Google and you haven't worked at Google for quite some time, but maybe you have some sense of when you were working at Google, was AI in any way a technology being used? Did you see the sort of introduction of AI into these sort of mainstream tech spaces? What's the timeline on AI being involved in these apps?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of this comes down to a debate about what AI is. Even now, you'll have people saying it doesn't exist. But absolutely, Google has arguably always been an AI company. Part of the original insight that it's built upon is that if we have a lot of data and a lot of computation, we can surface a lot of interesting insights. And actually, one of the early versions of this that a lot of people are familiar with is the "Did you mean" feature, right? The spell corrector on Google, where you can kind of just type in whatever misspelled thing and it figures it out. And that was actually something that I added very early on because I'm not good at spelling. And so I was interviewing, trying to find an engineer who could make it better because I wanted to build a spell corrector that could correct my last name, for example. And so I used it as an interview question. And the only person who gave a really amazing answer was this guy, Noam Shazir. And he's the person who then we hired, and he built the feature that we know today as "Did you mean?" But then, decades down the line, or maybe 15 years down the line, he is also kind of one of the key people who invented what we think of as AI today, with his paper "Attention is All You Need," and that kind of defined the technology that enables ChatGPT and all of these breakout AI applications we're seeing now.
Because it seems to me, if I understand correctly, that in order to predict what someone meant, you need to in some way have a model of what they might mean and start to predict. It's like, you're trying to predict behavior, and that then transfers forwards to now they're monitoring behavior and predicting behavior and trying to figure out what we can and cannot say and do. And that has been all over the news lately in terms of certain AIs because AI is pushing so fast now that we've all seen the new AIs come out, and some of them are not being allowed to give certain answers or not being allowed to generate certain types of images, and you can make an argument probably for both sides of that. That kind of leads us to talking about AI image generation and AI content generation. And I think a lot of people are familiar with sort of the like doom and gloom, the bad side of, oh no, what if all videos, we can't tell if anything is real anymore. We live in the Matrix. And I do hope we can talk about that. But I think a lot of people don't think about all the good that AI can do in terms of data processing, image generation, et cetera. And Creon, you're, if I understand correctly, deeply involved with some of the good that AI can do in terms of taking massive amounts of data and creating, I don't know if it's necessarily images, but usable information out of AI aggregation. Could you explain a little bit about how you guys are using satellite data in order to give the people something that we wouldn't have had without AI?
Well, this is in fairly early stages right now, but the company I have worked with for many years, Planet Labs, has launched over 500 satellites to image the Earth. And don't be too concerned. They can't see people. They're not reading license plates. They are more for like broad area scanning for agriculture, natural disasters, that sort of thing. But the problem is that's like 10 terabytes of image data every day that come down from our satellite constellation. And there's no way humans can actually look at that much. And so for some years now, we have always thought that, once AI is ready, it will help us basically ask questions of this large image archive and get answers rather than just getting millions and millions of images, each containing millions and millions of pixels. And so we've made substantial progress on that recently. And to be clear, this is not image generation. The images we get are actual photographs taken from space of the Earth by the satellites. What we're talking about is image analysis, which has been a thing that has been done for a long time using computer vision and image processing. It's just that now it's gotten up, many orders of magnitude better and more general. So like we can give our systems a sample of a kind of thing that we're looking for, like a ship spilling oil or something like this, and it can just scan through the whole database and find further examples, or we can give it an example of some military encampment, and it can find similar. And so that's just one example, but that's not image synthesis, image generation, generative AI per se. And I'm a little bit personally skeptical that generative AI is going to have a great beneficial effect. Yes, it's going to put a lot of artists out of work. Yes, it's going to make a lot of fakes. I'd love to hear some really positive use cases for generative AI, but that's perhaps a side topic compared to some of the.
I want to briefly welcome Robert F. Kennedy Jr. to the discussion. Thanks for joining us, Bobby. You are coming in just as we're starting to talk about AI's role in the internet and censorship, and I think you probably have a lot to say about that. So thanks for joining us. And if I could pass the ball to you, Bobby, and ask you, as we're seeing in the UK with them kind of moderating content online and going after citizens for their online posts, and having seen how you have been treated by the American media over here for the last 4 years, what do you think is the government's role in both moderating the speech and content of its citizens? And should the government be using AI for such things or regulating AI and such things? What's the line with AI and free speech on the internet?
Well, I'm pretty much a free speech absolutist. I think we've all been subject to kind of a psyop over the last couple of years where we've been taught to fear what they call misinformation. And that is, I think it was learned at hand, or actually Judge Brandeis, who said that the remedy for bad information is more information. It's never, cutting off the information supply. And the First Amendment protects lies and bad speech. And in fact, the First Amendment was passed not to protect convenient speech or the speech that people, everybody wants to hear. It was enacted in order to protect the speech nobody wants to hear, the difficult speech, the problematical speech, the dissenting speech. And we're seeing, we've been told now, we're year after year, every time I hear somebody say, oh, we have to, misinformation is this huge threat to us, I don't believe that's true. I think if there's misinformation, the way to deal with it is by more information. And not by scaring people the misinformation. Listen, my kids, all of them, because they grew up in this age, they know the difference they know when they're being manipulated. I get manipulated by AI all the time because somebody will send me something. I'll go, holy cow, did you see this? And send it to my kids. My kids will say, that's fake, Dad, immediately. So, people know that when they read something on the internet, they have to read it critically. And that's inherently
it's inherently a patronizing stance, right? To pretend like our citizens don't have the brain power to discern for themselves and to listen to ideas they don't agree with and make up their own minds.
Right. And the government is not, let's get this straight. The government is not stealing your tongue or Donald Trump's tongue or Elon Musk's tongue because if they're scared that he's going to tell lies. They're stealing his tongue because they don't want him to tell the truth.
Yeah,
You know,
great
that's
line.
what they're scared of. They're terrified of the truth. They're not terrified of lies. The lies we all can say, that's a lie, right? It's the truth they don't want you to hear. And that's why they want to silence us. And that's why they've been scaring the hell out of us about, you know, misinformation. Anytime you hear somebody saying misinformation is scary, you are being subject to a psyop, you know, because misinformation is not scary. It's just something we have to deal with. You know, we've always had to deal with it. There's a lot more out there now, but, you know, people know it. People know that the internet can't be believed, that they, you know, that they have to read it critically. And that is the skill we need to teach people, not to pretend that there's some neutral arbiter out there who is going to protect us from, you know, from bad information. That neutral arbiter is going to turn evil Darth Vader immediately. The second you give somebody power to regulate what we hear and what we don't hear, they're turning into Darth Vader.
Yeah, my experience on social media as a content creator, often speaking about things that are, you know, misinformation, is that we are already being censored by AI, because that is the way that currently social media platforms are doing their content moderation, is they have AI algorithms that are just screening for everything that goes online. And obviously there's an argument for that, because you want to, you know, protect users from things that are genuinely illegal or horrible, like, for example, like child abuse materials or things like that. So we currently already have AI in our digital social spaces. And as Creon points out, AI can process terabytes and terabytes and terabytes of data in a way that humans never could. So AI enables this mass surveillance in a way that the Patriot Act might not even have been able to foresee, right? Do you guys, I'd be curious
if you know, pedophilia, by the way, and is not protected speech. So you can regulate that and you can prosecute it. And there's all kinds of ways to deal with certain categories of speech, like terrorism or whatever, that, you know, it's illegal, and there are other ways to deal with it. And we should be dealing with it, and we should be prosecuting it and punishing it. But
I completely agree.
What the European Union tried to do the other night, which is to stop Elon Musk from talking with the former president of the United States, who is currently the nominee of a political party. And I'm not, you know, a fan of Donald Trump's. I'm running against him and trying to beat him. But every American should be disgusted. This is rank election interference. The European Union, you know, people were complaining that Russia was interfering in our election. Well, here's the European Union doing it right out in the open, saying we're not going to allow people to hear this. And there's, by the way, there's millions, tens of millions of American expatriates who live in Europe and who vote. So they're saying to them over there, you're not allowed to hear one of the political parties in your country who you're going to vote for. It's really, I mean, they should be, if this country were working, the president and Congress would be sending subpoenas to that guy, what's his name, Thierry Badot or whatever, whoever, the guy who signed that letter, and they should be, you know, threatening to arrest him if he comes to this country. And they should, you know, what he did is so bad. And, you know, the fact that there's not this upswell, this tsunami of outrage against him, that Congress is not meeting to, you know, deliberate and to punish Europe for this atrocity is itself. Should be.
Interestingly, the EU did issue a statement disagreeing with the letter that was issued prohibiting it, and they spoke. Our Congress has not spoken, which is, you know, it
concerning.
It's concerning.
But of course, we have seen how our own government is perfectly happy to ask for social media companies to take down speech that they don't agree with, to ask for social media companies and tech companies.
Like Bobby's speech, for instance.
Exactly.
Just
I mean, I can't help but notice that supporting and talking about a lot of what Bobby has talked about is deemed misinformation by the current status quo in our tech world, right?
Yeah. And I actually think the Harris campaign asked that you know, for that censorship of that Elon conversation, which is just, it's really frightening. You know, it's frightening that our political leaders think it's okay to censor people for any reason. And yeah, I mean, I have an injunction right now against President Biden. And the judge in that case, Judge Terry Doty, federal judge, district court judge, said that he goes through the chronology, and it says that President Biden's administration, 37 hours after he took the oath of office, swearing to uphold the Constitution, they had already created a portal in the White House where the CIA, the FBI, CISA, which is this terrible agency that was created as the hub of all censorship, in our country, NIH, the IRS, the CDC, all had access to this portal to censor Americans who were making statements that were contrary to their official policies. And when the government can silence its opponents, it has a license for any kind of atrocity. And so I now have an injunction. Judge Doty said it was the worst. It was the worst act of censorship in American history. That's a quote from his opinion.
The worst act of censorship in American history so far.
That's a high bar.
Well, yeah, they've outdone
exactly.
themselves.
And I know that we could talk about this aspect of AI all day long because it's on everyone's minds and it's present in all of our lives. But I also want to go deeper into some more specific topics that a lot of the people that have submitted questions were also asking about. And the big one that I think needs a lot of attention is jobs and the economy and just the massive amount of change that's coming to everyday Americans' lives. And I think that both Paul and Creon both work in fields where they've seen AI completely revolutionize the way that those jobs can be done and the way that people are needed in those fields versus machines needed in those fields. So I'd love to get Paul and Creon a brief take on how have you, and maybe I'm not right, maybe I'm misunderstanding, but have you seen people being replaced by AI? Have you seen people being enhanced by AI? What's your take on jobs, Paul, in sort of the tech world that you've inhabited?
I mean, I think it's certainly starting to happen. There's a lot of customer service type things where the AI bots are getting pretty good. But I actually do think the emphasis on freedom of speech is the right place to think about even this question, because it comes down to a question of control, right? And the reason that misinformation is such an important thing to preserve, to protect, is because misinformation is a lot of times just something which is a threat to those who have the power to censor, right? Because censorship can only ever serve power by definition, because powerless people can't censor. And so I think that's why it's the fundamental question for AI as well, is the AI used to augment the abilities and the rights of the individual, or is it used to crush the individual? Yeah. And I think that has to be the fundamental underlying question. And then that feeds into these other issues of employment or whatever else. If the AI is something that's completely locked down by a couple of big tech companies and the Department of Safety, or whatever sort of dystopian thing California or Europe comes up with, then it will inevitably be used just to control people, limit what we can say, what we can do, our ability to travel, our ability to even compose thoughts that run contrary to the narrative. But the positive use case, I think, for AI is if we think about it kind of really as augmenting individuals' abilities. And that's part of the reason why I even mentioned like the spell check earlier, is it's the most basic thing. I was just never good at spelling, and now I have the computer that helps me out. And the same thing goes for the so-called generative AI, AI art. I'm not a very talented artist either, unfortunately. But now, if I want to make a cute little image, or I want to depict something, I now have the ability to create these really cool images. And that isn't, in theory, that may be displacing a job, but it's not like I was going to hire an artist before to do that work, right? What we've really done with these technologies is we open up what it is an individual is capable of. And my hope is that as long as we're able to continue making the AI free free of restriction, that is, and accessible to as many people as possible, it enables everyone to essentially live their best life. And while inevitably some jobs are eliminated, we're also going to invent a lot of new things that maybe weren't possible in the past, simply because we didn't have either the time or the resources or the ability to coordinate with one another.
Yeah, there's something there I want to come back to in just a second, but I want to get your take, Creon, and because you work in somewhat like government and government adjacent fields of the very high tech industries. Have you seen AI replacing jobs? Have you seen it enhancing? What's your take on that?
In my kind of sequestered world of that, it has mostly so far been augmenting people and making them more productive. At least the ones who are kind of savvy and smart and quick, which you kind of have to be to work in these high-tech fields, they adopt it and they become more productive. So we haven't yet seen, as far as I know, a lot of layoffs of scientific and technical people because of AI. But, you know, it's coming. Like, we know driverless trucks and, you know, like, look what happened to travel agents back in the first internet wave. We know some things like this are going to happen. That's kind of unavoidable. And, you know, it's going to be a difficult transition for a lot of people, and we need to be careful. Yeah, but so far where I am, what I've seen is, I think it was Tim Leary who was the first person who mentioned it, who said, I'm more interested in IA, intelligence amplification, than I am in AI, artificial intelligence. And I think if we view these things as intelligence amplifiers, then they will benefit everybody. Like, soon, everyone, assuming the AIs are not censorious and super biased, if soon everyone will have not exactly an expert, but a competent research assistant or multiple that they can deploy to answer all kinds of questions. They could never afford a team of researchers, but everyone will have this now. The key thing is to make sure that the models are not controlled either directly or indirectly by a censorious government. And to that end, I want to just mention one thing, because Nicole especially, and Bobby may be interested in this. One of the more interesting developments, and there are many, in the kind of subtle questions of quote unquote AI safety, is this thing that came from Anthropic, one of the more interesting, large and effective AI companies. Came out a few years ago. It's called constitutional AI. And there, instead of having a bunch of like basically censors or trainers or reinforcement people in the back room deciding what the AI can say and can't say behind closed doors, constitutional AI lays out a constitution in plain language for the principles by which an AI is supposed to choose which answers it might provide when there are multiple answers. You write a constitution which says what are the principles that the AI is going to choose, and then you use a second AI to sort of rank and filter the answers from the first AI based on the logic of this constitution. Now, of course, it's not perfect, but it's nice because it's out there. These constitutions can be made, different ones by different companies. Ideally, we'll have AIs that are our own to work with and control. They may come with a default constitution, which may even be influenced by local laws. But then if you can change this constitution, like I might say, oh yeah, the AI, according to its constitution, is supposed to downrank or outright prohibit information that might be harmful to children, even if it's true. And I might say, but I'm not a child, and I'm not showing this to my child, so I want to strike that clause from the Constitution and add a different one. And now it will provide different answers. So constitutional AI is one of many interesting technologies that I encourage people who are interested in both the AI and constitutional law to look into.
You're reading my mind, Creon. And Nicole, I want to add a little bit to that question and throw it to you, just because I think a lot of people currently think of AI as just existing in the computer, in the digital realm. But if anyone has seen Elon's testing of the Optimus robot, we are not even 10 years away from having walking robots that have AIs inside of them, similar to the iRobot movies as like the sort of simple layman's example here. And so I would love, Nicole, for you to kind of fill us in. Is there currently any sort of legal framework around this type of constitutional AI? Is there any kind of legal structure governing AIs as persons with personhood and rights? And should there be? How do we address this?
Yeah, I mentioned a little bit of it earlier with prohibitive acts. And the way that the AI Act of Europe is designed, it's a pyramid. They really wanted to make it visual. And the top of the pyramid is completely prohibitive acts. And those include things like Minority Report-esque algorithms that will track you and predict whether or not you're going to commit a crime. Collecting of your personal information and trying to deduce social scores, that's prohibitive. I think that's a really important one. And then there's other ones that are really interestingly discussing mind control. So using AI to study your habits, getting you to act on behalf of whomever is instituting the AI for some ulterior motive. They talk a lot about violent acts against others. And so there is a general recognition of the power, the psychological power of these algorithms. Very, very powerful. They understand us. They can study us. They can get us to actually do things. They can manipulate us in very, very powerful ways.
But how do we distinguish between mind control and just effective persuasion based on critical argumentation that happens to come from an AI?
I think that's a really good question. And I think that's the difference between providing information and, providing designed algorithms to get you to accomplish a certain task that is being defined by the AI. And that definition is really, really important, because if the AI is defining what its ultimate goal is for you and you are not defining it for yourself, that is when you lose agency. That is when you are being manipulated. So talking about the constitution of the AI, one of them should be ensuring that the individual is able to have informed consent without being manipulated into a specific direction. Maybe outlining contradictory options or contradictory arguments, which are very, very important. And then, going to the machine and algorithm interface, that is where I think things haven't been well defined at all. There was a party here in Silicon Valley a few weeks ago that had machine dogs running around the party, and they were programmed to behave like a pet, an organic dog that you would have, and they would roll over and snuggle and try to grab, pretend to want a treat. So clearly these machines can be programmed with very, very specific boundaries. No one's really defining what those boundaries are. Bobby did say it earlier, and he said it very well, that there are existing laws that can dictate and protect what AI can and cannot do. If that robotic dog is injuring someone and it is, assaulting an individual, there are criminal laws protecting us from that machine dog. Just the same way as an organic dog. But then you talk about, well, who ultimately has the liability? It would be the individual either owning the dog, or it would be the corporation who assembled the dog. So there's, we have existing laws and frameworks that are very, very helpful already. And Europe is doing something interesting here, where they have a new product liability directive that has specific provisions for software liability, which now include AI software. So that's new. We don't have that here, but it's more than likely that will evolve in the United States as well. And then we have something called the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act, which, you're talking about images online and copyright violations or fraud. So these are all issues of AI that if taken to the court of law, we actually have frameworks to help us address.
One thing that you hit on there that I think is really important is informed consent, right? How do you distinguish between AI giving us information in a genuine and balanced way that is not designed to convince us to buy a Procter & Gamble product, as just an example, versus AI that's just genuinely trying to provide information in an unbiased way? And Paul, this is something that I've seen you talk a fair bit about, is open source AIs versus closed source AIs. And I would bet that we all agree on this, but Paul, I would love for you to just give us like the 30-second rundown on why you think open source is the way to go. And is there even a place for closed source AIs in the future?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, so closed source most of our AIs today are closed source. The really, it's just Meta/Facebook has been, it's actually really wonderful.
Wait, really?
They I know, it's like the best thing they've ever done is they're open sourcing their AI. And people actually argue about what that means, but the model itself, they freed the weights, and so people are able to build on top of it. And I think part of the reason open source is so important is because it's fundamentally kind of a censorship-proof technology, right? It's uncontrolled. And so for me, open source is kind of a litmus test for freedom. And it's not that necessarily, we don't want these closed source options, but the availability of open source options means that we retain our freedom. So if the closed source ones start saying, you're not allowed to talk about certain topics, this guy RFK is a terrible source of misinformation. You're not allowed to say anything positive about him, right? Having those free and open options preserves our liberty because it means we always have the choice of opting out. Once things are locked down to just a couple of big companies, then it's exactly the same as we saw with social media, right? It was much more censored than I think we realized, and it's still only now coming to the surface, the mechanisms of control that were put in place so that the narratives that they did not want out there, the people whose voices they wanted silenced, could be done kind of behind the scenes because, Disney doesn't want their content next to dangerous misinformation, and so there's easy ways to hide the censorship. And I think that the exact same thing will happen with AI if it is locked down, and if there is, in particular, a lot of liability imposed on the model makers. So right now in California, there's a controversial bill that is working its way through that is trying to do exactly that. It's put liability on the model makers, which is an outrageous thing to do with a new technology. It would be like if the electric motor had liability attached to it. And so, if someone uses a motor to make a weapon, or someone who builds cars, you don't put the liability for the misuse of the vehicle on the manufacturer. You put it on the end user.
Yeah. And what you're talking about sounds a lot to me like antitrust when we're starting to talk about having the entire space centralized into just a few companies, like has been the nature of social media for quite some time now. And one of the issues with AI is that AI training is so expensive that in order to train a large language model, you kind of need to be a multi-billion-dollar mega corporation, right?
No, you can do it for less.
Cool.
You can develop some really lean. I mean, like Claude is an example of something that is an open source training library that's really not that expensive to use. It's getting leaner very, very quickly, actually. And for a few $1 million, you can train very highly sophisticated, specific, focused AIs that can complete quite high reasoning tasks.
That's exciting.
By the way, regarding open source, Nicole just raised a very important point. Open source weights are just that's just in a way to enable other people to use the system on their own, to clone the system on their own, and to modify the system on their own. But without open source training data provenance, it's not open what these systems are, why they're saying what they're saying, and how they're justifying it. So this is a problem with a lot of closed source systems, is that they're deliberately obscure about what it was trained on for various reasons, which we don't need to go into right now. But if you don't know, these are just computers. The information that comes in gets transformed into the information that goes out. And if they were just trained on material that says, so-and-so is a kook and a misinformation spreader, that's all they're going to be able to say.
Yeah. Very well said.
There is something I will add to that, though, is a lot of the censorship occurs kind of at a later stage, fine tuning, they call it. So there is, even when you have these open weights, it's true that there's biases built into the training data, but there's still a lot that you can do to essentially remove those biases or to alter the biases at a much lower cost than building your entire model from scratch.
So if I'm hearing what you guys are saying correctly, the AI industry is at a stage where we've gotten far enough that now actually you can train large language models for relatively cheap, and open sourcing has become at least common enough. I'm be curious, do you guys think that we're past the point where where the genie can no longer be put into the centralized bottle, so to speak, where we no longer live in a world where big corporations or governments are going to be able to monopolize the powers of AI, and it's going to be something that regular people can harness for their own benefit regardless? Or do you think that that is a concern that is still real and we should be concerned about AI
No,
technology being controlled?
It's still very early days, I would say. Like we thought early on that social media was going to have free speech. There's if we don't stay on top of it and we don't make sure that it stays free, lockdown is the natural direction for.
Yeah, and we're going to end up in a situation, arguably, like we have with the people who say, well, or like the argument that if AI is outlawed, personal AI, then only outlaws will have personal AI. And so we have to be careful about that. In fact, there may be almost like a Second Amendment argument that everyone should be able to have their own AIs, not just because it's democratic and egalitarian and prevents capture and concentration of power, but because this is a defensive technology in a way. It's like it can help you parse through arguments. It can help you defend against propaganda if it's correctly managed. And if it's in your hands, it's much more likely to be correctly managed than if it's all in the hands of the government and the big corporations.
I mean, I have a great example of what's gone on in Singapore. They've launched something called AI Verify, which is you can download it in GitHub. It's an open source library. You download it, you run your AI model against AI Verify. It provides a standard AI fairness and bias metrics, including counterfactuals, and produces then a government report. So it spits out a report that you then submit to regulators. It's almost like a TurboTax for AI compliance. But what that means is that the government has full control what your AI can and cannot do. So it's kind of the reverse of an AI constitution that's designed for the individual liberty. This one's really designed for community protection and regulation of the model itself. And so their vision, and they actually met with the National Institute of Standards and Technology last year, the United States NIST, and they were trying to convince NIST to buy into this AI Verify, which would then create a global passport. So if you've been processed through AI Verify in Singapore, you would be able to bring that AI overseas to the United States because they would have a bilateral agreement on acceptance of passports and verification of that AI. So it's a great concept. It would be wonderful if individual liberties, free speech, all the things in the Constitution that we hold so dearly were embodied in that AI Verify. But there's, of course, the risk there. So we are very much in the early days. I agree very much with Paul on that sentiment.
I want to obviously all of these, topics of discussion we could stay on for forever, but one that I don't want to skip over before we end is AI in the economy and AI in the stock markets and AI in the financial systems, because in many ways, although I think to the average citizen it's been hidden, AIs and trading algorithms in general have been progressing in the financial world before in many other places, and that's often the case where technologies are often deployed in the places where they can make money the fastest, because the more money in a space, the more incentivized people are to progress in that space. And so, Bobby, you have spoken several times about regulations in the stock market, regulations in the financial industry. Do you have any sense of in a Kennedy administration, is there any level of regulation of algorithmic trading in the stock markets, AIs in the stock markets, and giant institutions leveraging their somewhat outsized ability to leverage these technologies in the stock markets against regular people? Or do you think that the free market will naturally sort it out? What's your opinion of AI in financial spaces?
I would assume that, to me, it's kind of it's a terrifying prospect because it does tend to tend to enhance the power of of large agglomerations of power. It tends to multiply their power. And I mean, what the analogy to me is kind of daunting because somebody, I think Creon pointed out earlier that when social media began, Mark Zuckerberg was a hero to us all because he promised to democratize information. He promised that social media and all of these guys did. They promised that social media was going to democratize the planet, that it was going to put power and information in the hands of the poor, of working people, of common people, and that it was going to be a tool for democracy around the globe. And it turned out, of course, to be really just a weapon of totalitarian control. And I'm really frightened, that AI clearly has that potential in so many ways, because not only does it allow large accretions of power to multiply their power and control, but it gives government this extraordinary capacity at surveillance, and Minority Report, which Nicole mentioned earlier, is a predictor of the kind of future that we could have. And it gives government this power to completely distort our realities, to control our perception of reality, and to surveil every transaction, every interaction, every really almost down to every thought that we had. The ultimate ambition of every totalitarian regime throughout the history of mankind is total control of human behavior, and none of them have been able to manage that. But AI would give them that power, and I think that the most likely outcome for AI is that. Now, there's also an opportunity, if we get the right leadership, to make AI to do the opposite, to make it a tool by which the public can make government serve its interests, and make government more transparent, to make to put the public in control over civic functions. But I think we really need the right leadership to do that, and I don't think that the leading presidential contenders have even thought this through. One of the things I've said about AI is you can't overregulate it, because if America decides to overregulate it, we're going to drive it into Singapore and into China and into Dubai and Iran and Russia. And so it really, you need somebody who's controlling the trajectory of this, who is super smart, who brings in the best minds, who's able to reach out to these other nations to make sure that we have global regulation that is fair and that is serving the interests of humanity, because otherwise this is just going to become a terrible, terrible instrument for social control. And I think that is, in my estimation, I have never seen a technology that was not exploited by totalitarian regimes to the maximum effect possible.
Yeah, it's incredibly nuanced, right?
But
it's incredibly nuanced, as in we can't just regulate the heck out of it, but we also can't let it run free, right?
Right.
I have a question here for the legal scholars like Nicole and Mr. Kennedy. To some extent, is the issue really a question of regulating a particular technology or not? Or in the United States, at least, is it a question of enforcing our existing laws, of course, starting with the Constitution and going down, which already, arguably, with some exceptions like CISA, they say what you're supposed to do. No government censorship of political speech, direct or indirect. no warrantless surveillance on American people by American security agencies. It's like we've got the laws. Don't we just have to enforce them on this technology and social media technology, and you name the technology, rather than spinning up special purpose codes and regulations for this one technology, which soon enough will be augmented by another one.
Well, I do think you're right. I mean, that the principles of regulation are outlined by the Constitution, but I do think that you need that there are, that the framers of the Constitution had no clue what was coming down the pike, and they had no way to predict, what any of this technology, including AI. So I do think you need specific regulations, and I think a lot of people on this call have talked about, one of the key factors that we should be, that is the most obvious thing, which is to have open source algorithms, so that because if it's open source, then it's going to manipulate us no matter what. But if it's open source, at least you know how you're being manipulated, and you're able to manipulate yourself, right? And I don't think that that's something that is, naturally assumed by the writing of the Constitution. I think you actually need somebody smart to apply the regulations that reflect the constitutional values to this specific technology.
Priyan, you bring up a really interesting point in that maybe the problem is not that we don't have laws to regulate these things. Maybe the problem is that we have a corrupt government that is already breaking the laws that we have in all sorts of manner in the digital space and beyond, right?
A corrupt government who is totally, in a way, I won't say free, but apparently thinks they're free to use AI, whether open source or not, to surveil and to manipulate. And I don't think, while I'm for open source, I don't think that open source is going to solve the problem of government, of dirty tricks. They'll just use the open source stuff, especially if it's better. And then they'll use it for the exact same stuff, surveillance, manipulation. And so it's open source, it still doesn't.
I mean, by open source, what I really meant is transparent algorithms. If Google, right now, if there's a Republican and a Democrat living next door to each other, and they ask the same question at Google, they're going to get different answers, because the algorithm is going to read what their preference is. And the purpose of the algorithm is to keep eyeballs on the site as long as possible. And it understands that it does that by feeding information that fortifies an existing worldview. And then there's other things that the algorithm is doing that we don't know. I mean, our campaign, for example, we believe that we are being censored by Twitter, and we're being shadow banned. And we also knew that Elon would not want to be censoring us. But we were watching things happen. We were watching our followers were sending us screenshots that showed them following us, and then immediately it would put unfollow, and many people were sending us that, I tried to follow you and it immediately unfollowed me. And we started sending those to James and Elon Musk, and that prompted them to go back. This is only a week ago. After us complaining for a year, we are being censored. And my Twitter account could not grow over 3 million. It grew very rapidly to 3 million, and then it just stopped. And they then came back to us last week and they said, we found it. It was embedded in an algorithm. We didn't know about it, and we've removed it now. So that's what I mean. We need transparent algorithms, so people know, when they're being censored, when they're being manipulated, and and you can choose your own algorithm. You can say, I want a Republican news cycle, I want a Democratic news cycle, and at least then you're manipulating yourself. But every individual should be able to look at the algorithms by which he's being manipulated.
And arguably, a potential regulation should be something like, and there's a huge amount to be said here, it should be something like if an AI system, especially a government or big tech controlled
I
one.
think I lost them.
Oh,
I still got you.
okay. There's an argument that says that a regulation should possibly be something like any algorithm controlled by some big power center, government or not, if it's going to tell you X, it should also tell you, here are the counter arguments to X. And it should give citations and references where possible, because that's what critical thinking is all about. And quite frankly, I maintain that if you truly have a question that polarizes people, where there's disagreement, and you ask an AI system or a good researcher to drill down on the arguments and counter arguments and counter arguments to every question of this nature, what you'll find is that the reason reasonable people might disagree on something, and there's so many arguments and counter arguments, is because we don't actually know the answer. And the AIs are really bad at saying we don't know the answer. They always pretend like they know the answer. They're like a precocious, smart kid who pretends smarter than they are.
Yeah, like I would love to see confidence variables coming with the results. Like if Grok could give us a confidence variable on its summary, that would be really great. If it had the ability to audit itself, that would, make people feel a lot more comfortable. And I think that's where the competition lies now. We really are in the AI arms race, and it's happening in the private sector and it's happening at the government level as well. It's going to be interesting to see how it plays out. The companies that are going to win are going to be the ones that give people the greatest confidence.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, I think that's exactly the answer to a lot of these things. I don't have a lot of confidence that we're going to come up with a regulation that somehow delivers the perfect result. But what does work is freedom and choice, and enabling individuals to choose, which AI they want working for them. And I also like to think a lot in terms of defensive AI, right? There is true misinformation or bad information out there. There's all these threats. There's the deceptive advertising. There's everything else. But I like to think in terms of, what do I personally want is actually an AI agent who works on my behalf, who helps me to filter through all of these things. The scams are only going to get worse. When you get a phone call from a family member, who's locked up in prison and desperately needs $1,000 in Home Depot gift cards, or this is going to happen very soon. We need the AI to help honestly protect us from the adversarial AIs. Adversarial AI is inevitable. And so what we need are defensive AIs. And I think that goes in a lot of directions. Like, wouldn't it be amazing if everyone had access to top quality legal advice, right? And right now, you have to be not even a single digit millionaire, right? You have to have a lot of money if you're going to pursue a serious legal case. With AI, we can potentially give top-notch legal representation to every individual.
Yeah, I actually have a really good DLA Piper example to share if we have time for it.
Yeah, I was just thinking, Nicole, you've got something to talk about on this one.
Yeah. So my background is legal tech and AI. And one of the fellows from my center at Stanford recently published a study related to DLA Piper, in which they looked at 11 senior level attorneys. And they had those attorneys review 5 contracts and identify if there were contradictory terms in the contracts. And part of this was they're measuring it against an annotated model, an existing annotated model in a database, and they were trying to figure out how much agreement amongst the attorneys there would be. And these were very well paid senior level attorneys that you would pay, $600 an hour for. And in all of their findings, the attorneys only agreed on 2 out of 43 of the contradictions. They only found agreement amongst 2. And they felt that they were going to be able to argue on behalf of the other contradictions that they had outlined, even though that the ones that they had identified were different than the other attorneys. So it's I think that there is an argument for personalization of AI as well. Going back to the labor market, there's definitely room for human intelligence. And it's actually the diversity of thought and non-standardization of thought that makes us competitive and that makes the economy run well. And so I don't think that we are facing anytime soon an mass elimination of jobs. I think that, to Paul's point, I think that AI is going to be a great partner in helping us optimize and think through our own creative lens and our own personalized professional experiences.
Yeah. I want to quickly take a moment to wrap up this first part of the conversation, although I think that our Q&A after this brief announcement is going to be very much following in the same tracks as what we're already on. But we're going to briefly pass the mic to Del, who has some message from the Kennedy campaign, and we'll be back in just a few minutes.
Hey, everybody. I am the Director of Communications for Robert Kennedy Jr. I just want to point out that we've just watched Nicole Shanahan answer more questions than Kamala Harris has in 2 weeks in the last hour. Bobby Kennedy, of course, we're used to him answering questions all day, every day. But it's a sight and a look into your choices now in the United States of America. Do you want a propaganda media machine that absolutely supports a candidate that cannot speak to the public? Or do you want candidates that are actually looking and discussing looking at and discussing the most important issues of our time? If AI is not one of those issues, then I don't know what is. And I can't remember the last time I even saw Donald Trump sit down to talk about AI in this level of depth. I can tell you, having traveled all around this country and worked with Bobby Kennedy, you've never met anyone that's more dedicated to all of the ideas, to listening to all of the thought leaders on every issue and come up with ideas. This is what it means when you're watching a president that cares about the people, when you're watching someone that's saying, I want to hand this country back to the people. We are looking at very serious issues now in our future. And we could just go with partisan politics. We could have a divided nation that can't get anything done and scream and yell at our television sets every single day because only half the country is supporting what is going on while the other half is ready for a civil war. Or we can start uniting America and get behind a ticket right now that is asking all the right questions, talking about all the right things, and is not striking out and attacking, the opponents, but saying, let's have a discussion. Let's get into debate. Let's start talking about the United States of America, where we sit in the world. I want to say this. Those other two candidates have billionaires. All the corporate interests that are controlling our government right now are funding them on a daily basis. 100 times what we're bringing in to this presidential campaign. But if you want a country for the people and by the people, having the conversations you care about, why don't you donate now? Honestly, your $5 or $10 in a donation right now changes the world. It changed the world. Even if all you ever achieve is to put Bobby Kennedy and Nicole Shanahan on the debate stages so that we force the other people that are running for president to actually start talking like adults and discussing the issues that we actually care about. We need dialogue in this country. We are the United States of America, and we are losing our moral foothold in the world because we're too busy screaming at each other than actually getting down to the problem. So right now, make a difference. Be one of those people that says, you know what? I look back in history and you can tell your grandkids, guess who donated to Robert Kennedy Jr. when everyone else was saying, oh, he couldn't win or he didn't have a chance. Why don't you bet on something that matters? Why don't you vote with your dollars right now? $5, $10. If you can give $100, just go to Kennedy 24. You have the link right here. You can see it. Make a difference right now. Help us get the word out that thinking still exists, that good, conversation is what we represent, and the ability to have differences of opinion, but to come together to discuss the issues of our time. And I will tell you this, every one of you watching right now knows you have a corrupt government. You are watching the DNC. They selected the next choice for president without a single election, electorate, not a single citizen in this country voted for Kamala Harris. Doesn't mean she's not a great candidate. It just means you didn't get to decide whether she is. We can't be dictated to. We can't have everything decided for us. We need a government that actually trusts us. Instead, what we have is a government that doesn't trust us and trying to make the decisions for us. If you want to put this government back in the hands of the people, you can do something now. Please donate to this campaign, because really the future of our nation depends on it. Thank you all for watching this. We're going to let this go to you now. Now the people get to ask the questions you care about, and watch all of the people in this campaign are ready for your questions and not afraid of them. That's the way this should be. Thank you all. Have a great night.
Thanks, Del.
Thank you. Welcome all back. Just so the audience and everybody here understands the next section of what we're going to do. I was sent a very long list of questions that were submitted by audience members that RSVP'd early, with the name of the person and the wording of the question in the exact way that they typed it out. I went through that list and I looked for questions that were very similar and questions that I thought we would probably already address in our previous discussions. And I picked out sort of 10-ish of the ones that seemed the most relevant and the most and that seemed to represent the totality of the questions the best. And one set that I was not expecting the audience to actually ask about so much is the way that AI might affect healthcare. And there were a ton of people asking about how AI might revolutionize healthcare. And some were coming at that from a health perspective, and some were coming at that from a saving government money perspective and universal healthcare type of idea. And so I've got David Breon and I've got Shannon Smith and I've got Patricia Regalia all here in front of me, but I'm going to read it in the words of David Breon, who said, and this is sort of kicking the ball to you, Nicole, and to you, Bobby, and then maybe we'll discuss it a little bit. David Breon asks, would you consider using AI to help revolutionize the healthcare system? Healthcare is one of this country's biggest expenses. Rep. David Schweikert had some amazing ideas that implementing AI can help reduce some of that spending.
I mean, absolutely. And I'll leave, Nicole's thought a lot about this, but there are already medical informatics systems operating in some countries, for example, Belize, but other countries as well, that have the capacity to do the kind of studies that, drug studies, for example, that used to take 3 or 4 years or even more, but to do them instantaneously. And for example, you can look at claims from HMOs that, for example, let's say there's 3 diabetes drugs in a country. You can actually look at the outcomes instantaneously for all of those drugs and decide which one, and learn immediately which one has a risk profile with side effects, which one is providing, where people have the longest, the lowest all-cause mortality after starting that drug, and where which the most effective ones are. And you can make that assessment immediately. It may be the cheapest drug that you're using, and you can look at any drug and then you can look at outcomes. We have the data already. We have these data sets because you have the HMO data that has all of the medical interventions. It has all the drug purchases. It has all the diagnostic criteria, and you can get tremendous amounts of information out of that. I look forward to using AI to do real studies on vaccines, which are not commonly studied in pre-licensing safety studies. Well, now you can do that, and you can do it. All we have to do really is to open up these databases, which CDC has kept closed so that nobody can study them, like the Vaccine Safety Data Link, which has medical records from 10 million people in there, and you can make a lot of studies really quick. So I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, I'm both an optimist for AI in healthcare, and it's one of the areas that I'm actually most concerned of as well, for the misuse within an existing healthcare paradigm that is very broken. So let's talk first about what I'm optimistic about. Bobby stated one of the areas of optimism, looking at causal factors of disease. And this is an area in which we're actually already at work. Thanks to the introduction, I've been working with Children's Health Defense, and we have a knowledge graph of all of these papers that have been censored. And part of the issue is with every AI model, if it's garbage in or if it's censored, you will get results that are garbage out and censored. So utmost importance is making sure that whenever we're training healthcare related AI models, that we're getting the full scope of expert opinions, not just those produced by big pharma, and not just those that are designed to sell us more and more drugs. So very, very important to distinguish how it could be used correctly, but also how it could be abused. And then secondarily, there's the paradigm itself of healthcare. One of my favorite neurosurgeons has said our current paradigm is like putting human biology in a blender and adding reagents to it. And when you look at how, AlphaFold from DeepMind is looking at protein science, and targeted therapies using protein-based delivery mechanisms, you're still thinking within this old paradigm of how we think about human biology. Human biology is very complex. There's many things we still don't know. So we want to use AI in that area a little bit more delicately, in my opinion, because the risks of implementing some of these therapies based on these models on cell-based therapies could, it's completely uncharted territory, and I think that we need to be very cautious about it.
I mean, let's give a really clear example here, because I'm 100% behind what you just said, Nicole. But like, let's say I'm, just an average person, and I get back from home from my doctor's visit, and I go to my AI assistant and I say, my doctor says I'm developing diabetes. What should I do? Now, do we want a thing which says you should take Ozempic and cut out red meat, which is stupid? Or do we want one that says you should cut out carbs, cut out refined foods, eat 2 meals a day only at most, and get out in the sun? It's like one of them makes a lot of money for pharma and is like politically correct according to certain people. The other one is actually going to change your life without spending any money at all. Which one do we want? Because if we don't watch out, we're going to get the wrong one.
Very well said. This next question I want to go to, I think is better tailored to Paul and Creon, to you guys answering this one. And then I think we probably have time for a third one, which might tailor better to Bobby and Nicole's expertise. But obviously we can all jump in if you guys have feelings. But Paul and Creon, to you guys, this question is about AI and education in a more broad way. It comes from Greg Shepard. And it's a little bit lengthy, but I'll try to read it all so that his words are represented. Greg asks, how do you feel AI can most optimally be used in the future education of our youth? I can imagine the advantages of an AI teacher that is a million times more intelligent than our typical teacher, an AI teacher who can efficiently design instruction based on gargantuan of acquired related data, including educational research, capitalizing on the various learning style of each particular student, their individual interests, personal life goals, passions, etc. But how could we safeguard against the mind control agenda of the state and other involved power brokers?
That's a good question, because obviously education often just becomes indoctrination. And so to me, again, this kind of goes back to just like, do we have freedom, right? And the other question I think really going forward is even what is our goal of education, right? Teaching people to be simple little automatons isn't useful in a world where we've already automated all of those things, right? And so I think and again, I just take it back to my own life and my own children. Like, what do I want for my children, or, God willing, grandchildren? And a lot of it just comes down to like, how do you live a fulfilling life? How do you learn practical skills? And actually, like I watch my son, he learns a tremendous amount from YouTube videos. He builds 3D printers. He's a blacksmith. He does knife smithing. These are all like really real skills. And I think, to me, the exciting potential of AI is to say like, hey, what would be like the best possible teacher, right? And I think a lot of times the most value that you get from a teacher is inspiration, right? Leading the student towards something they'll find fulfilling and meaningful. rather than just rote memorization of propaganda.
I'm going to echo most of that and just say, I think, again, this is a case where the question isn't really about AI, because if we look at Google and Wikipedia and YouTube, they are, or have been, incredible educational resources. All sorts of people around the world are learning at an accelerated pace up until the point where these resources get captured, censored, etc. And so it doesn't matter really which technology you're talking about. We need to guard against capture, censorship, indoctrination, and these kinds of things. AI is just another one of these technologies. Now, the thing about AI, like with Google, it used to be, and with search engines, it used to be, everyone has access now to like a gigantic university library from their phone or their home, until the censorship started to click in. And now with AI, conceivably, ideally, everybody not only has access to this giant library, they have access to a research assistant or a team of research assistants that can go pull things out of the library that are of relevance to them. But again, the thing we have to worry about with all these technologies is to prevent them from being captured, censored, and deployed for nefarious purposes by those with a large amount of power. Now, last thing I want to say is that what's really exciting is, as Paul said, like a really good teacher not only inspires, but a really good teacher finds out what the child's natural gravitation and inspiration is. Like, this child might be interested in doing art, this child might be interested in doing science, this child might be interested in reading and writing, and it will just keep putting stuff in front of that child that keeps drawing them farther and farther into what they're passionate about. And so that's an interesting idea that AI can do, is it can hopefully help figure out for a child or any person what it is that really turns them on to learn about, and just feed them exactly the kinds of stuff that is just outside their grasp, but they will feel rewarded and inspired by grasping. Anyway, that's all.
Very well said, Creon. Nicole, Bobby, do either of you have any thoughts about education and AI, or should we move on to the next question?
Take it away, Nicole.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to echo challenges around indoctrination versus education, and the importance of going back to first principles of what it means to be a child that is curious, and we want to maintain that curiosity. And so I watched many kids go onto Google Classroom during the pandemic, and they lost a lot. I mean, they lost a lot of the human connection. They lost a lot of the hands-on experience. And, so the format of how technology is delivering information to our children is really, you can't underscore the importance of the physical environment for these children, and getting their hands, Paul said it, watching his child take information that he's getting from the web, but actually interpreting it into the analog world and using his hands. That's the best case scenario. The worst case scenario is that we lose them to AI indoctrination and they never get off their screens. So it comes back to the importance of the human teacher, the parent, making sure our parents feel empowered in a time when they feel like their kids are getting ripped away from them by technology. We want to make sure that's brought back to we want the family intact. We want communities intact. And these are physical communities in addition to online communities.
I couldn't agree more. Both of my parents are teacher educators, and I intimately know the struggle of teachers that generally want to do the right thing, but are inherently working in a system that is not always set up to help teachers the best way they can. And I think that AI in teaching is a similar thing, where we could live in a world where teachers are encouraged to use AI to supplement their job to help every kid thrive. Or we could wind up in a world where teachers are in a system that doesn't help them, and AI is being used in a way that just secludes kids into little screen bubbles, even more than they already are, right?
Mm-hmm.
Last question to close us out for the evening. And it's kind of a big one. And maybe Bobby and Nicole, you guys could start us off here, and then I think we probably all have some thoughts on this, and we've discussed it a bit. But Mary Boyson asked the question on everyone's mind. Can AI be used to weed out government corruption? So rather than what AI can do to us and censor our free speech and come after us for what we think and do, can AI be turned on the government and be used to analyze government action, analyze government spending, and weed out government corruption?
I mean, I can think of some specifics that, for example, the recent Pentagon audit, the Pentagon failed its eighth audit or its 20th audit in 20 years. And it lost, I think, $4.2 trillion. And most of those losses, according to, the explanation in the audit, are a piece of equipment or materials that were purchased by the Pentagon and then lost somewhere in its stockpiles. And then, in many cases, they had to buy them again and again because they kept losing them in the stockpiles. And so there's ways to deal with that. The AI should be able to deal with that. And even if you had AI walkers that were, sent around the stockpiles to inventory every piece of equipment and every package and everything in the stockpiles and then report them back. An AI should give us the ability to look through the budget, to find waste in the budget. I can think of a million things it could do. I think the best thing it could do is if it can figure out how to win this election for us, because then we can clean up the entire budget.
Yeah. I run some models, and actually, if we had a non-election, if we didn't have as much interference as we've had, we would win this election. I've run a few of these models, and they looked very promising. And one of the reasons why I joined the campaign was because I looked at the data. I looked at the trends towards Americans declaring their independence, 51% across the nation. It's only going up. It's like record numbers state by state as they register voters right now. And these trends are so predictable. But again, corruption is the problem. And no, AI itself cannot correct corruptions. Humans have to get involved. They have to get in the ring. They have to go out there. They have to really fight against the vast layers of corruption that have overtaken our government. I had no idea how deep it goes until I've run for office against some of these forces, pointing out the inconsistencies. Over the last 10 years, our media has been captured, our agencies have been captured, our DOJ has been captured. I mean, it goes on and on. So I think, but going back to the original question, let's talk about that. My dream was to go to the Government Accountability Office. If you go to the website, it looks like it was built, in like 1999. It's a really old looking website, and you can just tell the office has not aged well and could really use a facelift, and could really use some great engineers in there helping them run more efficiently. But I do think that the Government Accountability Office could be an area in which a huge amount of innovation could be deployed to track spending, to look at corruption, to go through the audits, to consolidate budgets. There's so much that can be done that just has not been done. There's not enough creativity in Washington right now. We've got to bring it. It's going to be us just continuing to push forward with this promise that greater efficiency is going to help us reduce our debt. It's going to help us deliver the services to people that they so badly need in this country, and without the kinds of money laundering schemes that are circling all around these policies.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree. And with that, I'm going to wrap this all up and put a bow on it. I'm going to hand it to you in just a second, Bobby, to close us out. But first, I just want to say thank you to our panelists. Thanks, both of you guys, for joining and bringing your expertise. Paul and Creon, you both took this on somewhat late notice, and we really appreciate it because both of your diverse experience and expertise here made this a really interesting discussion for me to be a part of, to learn from, and I hope for all of our audience. I see on X there's currently 81,000 people, I believe, in the X live stream, so I can only imagine how many people are watching live across all of the platforms. And I just want to give everyone a shout out for being here and being a part of an open debate of just ideas. No one's here to tell anyone what to think or how to think, but rather to just lead by example of having different people with different opinions come together and talk about hard questions and hard concepts and try to do the human thing of figuring out what comes next. So Bobby and Nicole, thank you guys for facilitating this with your campaign and your platform. And Bobby, I'm going to hand it off to you to close us out for the evening.
I just want to thank all the hosts. I want to thank Ian, Grian, and Paul. And I'm so grateful to all of you. This has been a fantastic discussion. I want to thank Nicole for helping put this together and for her commitment to this issue, which is one of the reasons that I really wanted her to be part of the campaign, because whoever's next person in the White House, we need them to be thinking of this issue. This has to be at the forefront of their minds. And we need to understand both the perils and the promises of AI. So thank you all. Thanks for having this discussion, and God bless you all.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us.